Welcome, everyone, to tonight's City Council meeting of Tuesday, April the 21st. Our first order of business is to go in camera. So I'm looking for a motion of council. Councillor Chariot, Councillor Nieuwesteeg. Any discussion of the motion? We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, we are now adjourned. We're going to go in camera, and at 4 p.m. we will return back here in open session. Thank you. All right, everybody, welcome back. We just concluded our in-camera session of our city council meeting, and now we're back in open session. And as per our custom here at City Hall, we like to start off by having the singing of O Canada. And tonight, our singer is, there she is. We'll get her to come up to the microphone. Her name is Tareem Ahmad, and Tareem is 10 years old. She's in grade 4 at Forest View Public School. She's the oldest sibling, and she's got 3 younger brothers. She wants to be a teacher when she grows up. She loves swimming, and she's working toward her swim instructor certification to help younger swimmers learn to swim as well. Tareem is part of her choir at school and as well part of the school swim team. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you are able, please stand for the singing of the national anthem by Tareem. So whenever you're ready, Tareem, you can start, honey.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all the lark's command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Tareem, I want to say that was a great job, and for 10 years old, it takes a lot of courage to stand up here and sing in front of a bunch of grown-ups. So I want to say I'm really proud of you. You did well, and thank you to you and for your dad for bringing you down here. Well done. Thanks, honey. And next week, everyone should show up. Councillor Strange is going to sing it at the next meeting. We're very much looking forward to that. Yeah, that won't help. Now, with the aim of educating our community, I'd like to invite Michelle Elise Burnett, who is Bear Clan, Thunderbird Clan, and Métis, to join us to share her testimony as we acknowledge and thank the Indigenous people who are stewards of this land a millennia before us.
Hi, Ani, bonjour. Nawi kapo Nadijnakas, Makwadodam, Nimkidodam, Nagardonjaba, Mix European Anishinaabe Kwayandao. My spirit name is She Who Is in the Center. My French-English name is Michelle Elise Burnett. I am an artist, curator, producer, and storyteller of mixed Indigenous and European ancestry with Nipissing Algonquin roots. Welcome, everyone. As we prepare for the day, may we listen with intent, speak with kindness, and move through our work together in a good way so that our minds can come together as one. In my teachings, we are reminded that every decision that we make, personal, governmental, organizational, we must consider the impacts it will have on the next 7 generations, our great-grandchildren's children. This is how we remain accountable, not only for the people in front of us today, but for those still to come. We strive for Mino Bimatsawin, to live a good life, one that seeks balance with all life forces, and a life that truly matters. It means leading from the heart, seeing, listening, feeling, speaking, and acting with good intentions, and never for self-serving reasons. Ichimanatu, the Creator, gave all creation gifts to share with one another, and with those gifts come responsibilities. The first is gratitude. Let's give gratitude for the life-sustaining gifts that Mother Earth provides. She is our greatest teacher, demonstrating generosity each day, without ever asking anything in return. and gratitude to the natural world for continuing to follow the responsibilities that have been given to them by the Creator. We as human beings must learn from our older and wiser relatives. We must remember that our very existence is supported by their gifts. And by thanking each life-sustaining force, one becomes tied to each of the forces of the natural world. It also reminds us that what is done to one part of the web of life has repercussions on all life forms, including ourselves. When we carry this understanding into our workplace, our homes, and our daily choices, we are actively caring for the next 7 generations with love, generosity, and gratitude. Chi-miigwech.
We're grateful for the land that we shared together. I never get tired of looking at the water going over the rock. That looks spectacular. Oh, it's beautiful. Love it. Okay, moving on in the agenda, we're looking for the adoption of the minutes from the March 31st meeting. Moved by Councillor Strange, seconded by Councillor Lococo. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Any disclosures of a pecuniary interest? Okay, wow, none. Okay, so we move on to everyone's favorite part of the meeting, especially Councillor Carrio's. This is the mayor's reports and announcements. Already. We'd like to offer our sympathy to the families of Christos Panagopoulos, father of Jim Panagopoulos of our fire services, and John Broderick, who passed away in his 102nd year. John was a pillar of our community and a founding partner of Broderick and Partners law offices in our downtown. And he was practicing until he was 100 years old. He attended council meetings right here. He was always with his famous briefcase that he went everywhere he went, always sharp, professional, deeply respected. He liked to laugh a lot. He talked, always liked to celebrate with a martini, a beefeater gin martini, as he celebrated life with his family and his friends until the very end. He had deep faith, infectious positive energy, and a life well lived. I was with his family at the funeral home last week, and then afterwards they went for dinner, and they're grateful for, as I say, a life well lived. So thank you for your service to community, John Broderick. So now we talk about events and announcements. We had the groundbreaking of Falls Manor. You'll see we do have some pictures for some of these different events. Of course, Falls Manor, famous for their broasted chicken, originally owned by the Nagy family, now will be social enterprise with the YWCA, where women and children will live in the cabins that they have there, and they'll get to work in the restaurant and learn life skills as they work their way back into the labor force. I was joined by Councillors Lococo, Nieuwesteeg, Baldinelli, and Patel. Then we had comedy for kidneys at the Greg Fruin Theatre, of course, which is a fundraiser for dialysis. I was joined by Councillors Nieuwesteeg, Patel, and Lococo for that event. The Niagara United charity giveaway took place at Camiso's, where they're giving out hams. I was joined by Councillors Lococo, Baldinelli, Patel, and Nieuwesteeg. Niagara United had their new turf field, where the city invested almost $1 million to replace the turf. The last turf lasted 17 years. Typically, they only last 10 to 12 years, but because of the great condition from the upkeep from the soccer club and the city staff, it lasted 17 years. So hats off to all those that maintain the surface. We put in a new one, and I was joined by Councillors Lococo, Nieuwesteeg, and Patel. We had our community Easter egg hunts. There were 3 of them, in fact. The big one, of course, is Fireman's Park, where it's become quite the tradition, a lot of fun, and where Councillor Peter Angelo always reminds them that if it's not in tinfoil, it might not be an Easter egg, don't eat it. In close proximity to the dog park, as you always point out, Councillor Peter Angelo. I was joined that day at Fireman's Park by Councillor Baldinelli, Patel, and Nieuwesteeg. And then there was also an Easter egg hunt at Canada One Factory Outlet the next day, and one by the soccer club at Mitchelson Park as well. They did it on the turf because it was raining that day and they didn't want anybody out on the field. We celebrated the Al Mahdi Learning Institute Science Fair, and I was joined by Councillor Nieuwesteeg as we presented awards to the children of elementary school ages. Tourism Connect, we had a major tourism event at our convention center. We were joined by Minister of Tourism, Culture and Gaming, Stan Cho, and I was joined by Councillors Patel, Nieuwesteeg, and Lococo as we're talking about the future of tourism in Niagara as part of Destination Niagara, a vision of the province to double tourism in Niagara Falls with major infrastructure investments like our airport, expansion of GO Train, and many other great things. So exciting time to be in tourism. I was at the first robotics championship at the convention center, the Niagara Falls Convention Center, where 5,000 attendees from 80 schools were there for the Canadian Championships. And by the way, some of them will go on for the World Championships in the USA. I was joined by Councillor Patel, and to see some of these robots, unbelievable. They're high school kids, and for them, this is like the Olympics. And so many of them are going to go on and do other things, and there'll be a lot of trades like welding, carpentry, all sorts of different things as a result of this. So we're grateful that they ended up here in Niagara Falls this year. I often have to ask City Council to represent me because I can't be at all the events. A lot of the time they overlap, and I'm thankful to all the council for representing me when I cannot be there. And I want to thank Councillor Patel for representing myself and the city at the LNR auction grand opening. I want to thank Councillor Patel and Lococo for representing us at the Pink Tea at Elgin Falls, and Councillor Nieuwesteeg as well. And to thank Councillor Nieuwesteeg for being a guest judge at the Heritage Fair at Martha Cullimore School, and as well as the Older Adults Volunteer Recognition Luncheon. We're almost done, folks. And we did have some business milestones and events. We had the grand opening of Popeye's Supplements. That's in the Town and Country Plaza on Portage Road. Unbelievable supplements in there. I was in there buying some beef tallow, chocolate-flavored, grass-fed protein powder. It was so good, Vic. You have to try it out. It's so good. I can't. I couldn't say it one time slow. I don't want to try it. It was. Also, we celebrated the 20th. I was joined by Councillor Patel and Lococo for that event. Great Wolf Lodge celebrated their 20th anniversary. Councillor Strange, can you make the wolf sound that they make there? No? Okay. Yes. So I was joined by Councillors Patel and Nieuwesteeg. They put, and Lococo, I'm sorry. They celebrate by bringing in 500,000 people every year just to Great Wolf Lodge. 500,000 people, hugely successful. We had Jimmy Pattison Jr. there. For the 10th anniversary, we had Jimmy Pattison Jr. and Senior. Senior's still working. He's 97. He oversees the Empire, and he still puts in a few hours every day. And what's interesting about him, one of the most successful business people in all of Canada, he got started in Niagara Falls a long time ago selling pots and pans door to door in Niagara Falls. Really neat rags to riches kind of story. And we also celebrated the grand reopening of Score Pizza on Victoria Avenue. I was joined by Councillors Baldinelli, Nieuwesteeg, and Patel. No. Okay. All right. So got that one right. Anyway, grand reopening, really good pizza. And if you want to check out a fun place, fully customized pizzas. They got like 40 toppings. And lastly, flag raising. We had World Autism Awareness Day. And I was joined by Councillors Patel, Nieuwesteeg, Lococo, and Baldinelli as we put the flag on to celebrate World Autism Day. Next council meeting, Tuesday, May the 12th. And that concludes our notes. Yes, Councillor Nieuwesteeg.
I'd like to say just a word about this week's our Volunteer Appreciation Week. And as you put up, I represented you for the senior volunteer. And I can't thank these people enough, all the volunteers that we have in the city. And when you see the benefit of all the seniors, like they were having a great time at the event and how much it really contributes to our society and our community. But today we were at the Project Share one, and they identified the number of hours that the people just gave to that organization. And when you add it up and multiply it by a minimum wage hour, it came out to almost $500,000. So when you think of that economic benefit to our community, and we're talking taxes all the time, just the impact that volunteers do, even besides having doing what they do for themselves and helping others, but the economic impact, I don't think we really realize enough that the services that they provide by doing it, it takes pressure off our city staff. And if you think of that 0.5%, that's a lot of money on a tax levy. So I just wanted to do a real big thank you to all the volunteers, because it is Volunteer Recognition Week, and we thank them, and we thank them for the economic benefit that they contribute as well. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for mentioning that. Appreciate it. All right, moving along on our agenda, thank you for your comments, Councillor Nieuwesteeg. We are now going to recognize the Niagara Falls Volunteer Station 6 Association, and I'd ask our 3 members to join me in the horseshoe. There's a little doorway over there if you want to come through, and I'll meet you in the middle. So, is that on? No, I gotta turn it on. You need a mic? I don't need a mic. Is that any, okay, that better? Okay, great. So gentlemen, come over here, like, we gotta aim this way so everyone sees you. You can come on all sides of me. I'm gonna present you guys with something in just a half a second. Let me put that down for now. All right, here we go, folks. This is, not everybody is aware of what I'm about to announce. It's kind of sad, but it is what it is. So these gentlemen here, so Jim McKenney, president, along with members Don McCauley and Ben Van Leur. Today is bittersweet as we recognize more than 55 years of service as one of our very active service clubs. And of course, this is Station 6. This is out on Schisler Road. Everybody knows the location. We've been there for many, many events. And also known more affectionately, I think, as Crowland. So as I understand it, I was told they had 10 current active members who are retiring, but maybe there's just 3? Is that what the numbers are? I'm not really sure. How many do we got right now?
Active members? We have 10.
Yeah, okay. So we have...
Plus their wives.
Plus their wives, of course. Don't forget the better halves. So there's 10 active members who will be retiring, and more than 30 members have already retired. So at a recent meeting, members made the unanimous decision to cease operating. This is only for the volunteers, the social aspect of Station 6. Does not affect the fire service, so before anybody panics out in Crowland, I mean, we're still covered. You've been a very active service with turkey raffles, OLG bingos, and sponsored initiatives, and this resulted in thousands of dollars of donations to local charities, gentlemen, like Hope Center for food, housing support, Summer Street Shelter, Notre Dame Lunch Club, St. Andrew's School Breakfast, Pathstones, Birchway, and many, many more. So I'd like to ask Jim McKenney, as the president, to maybe he can just say a few words, and then I'm going to have a last couple things that I'm going to say. And then, of course, if anyone from council wants to say anything, then you guys can at that point.
As president, as president of the association, I'd like to say thanks. But in most of our association meetings, I generally turn it over to my administrative assistant because he can speak gooder than me.
Thank you.
So,
yeah, no problem, Jim. Kind of expected it. So I was reading on the agenda here. I'm limited to 5 minutes, so I'll keep it to that. We'd like to thank everyone, current mayor, current councillors, who have supported our organization over the years, and also past mayors and past councillors, because we've had, over the 55 years, many of you come out to our events. I mean, we've had turkey raffles and pancake breakfasts and end-of-year socials, and anytime we saw people from the city, from council, we always appreciated it, and we always enjoyed ourselves. I've been a member for a long time. I joined the hall as a volunteer firefighter in 1978. I put in 42 years and then retired. So this is kind of bittersweet for me. My dad was one of the original founding members of Station 6 in 1970 when the original building was built. They solicited local people in the Crowland area. Hey, we got a volunteer fire hall. Who wants to join? And my dad was one of them. My two older brothers joined. So when I turned 18, I joined. And shortly after the hall was formed, the association was formed. It was, okay, that's fire service, but we got a lot of social things to do. And so over the years, my family and all the other volunteers not only fought fires and emergency work, but we did things in the community. In 2007, when they built a new hall, we were actively involved because we knew that the hall would be used as not only a fire hall, and it's a beautiful fire hall that has space for the fire trucks, etc., but it has space for community social events as well. And it's because of council, past council, mayors, that we were able to do this, and we were able to bring a lot of our community people together to enjoy a space out in the Crowland area. I mean, okay, today there's a nice big hospital going up. It is starting to become a little more urban, but we're still quite rural out there. So just to wrap up, I can't thank everybody enough, council, past and present, mayors, past and present, for all their support. And like you said, it is bittersweet that we are calling it quits, but that's the way things are. Thank you.
Wow, well said, Ben. My God, Ben for mayor. Ben for mayor. That was well said. So I know Councillor Peter Angelo would like to say a few words, being from that neck of the woods.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. And obviously, these three gentlemen have just really been the foundation of the association for so many years. I've always liked to say that, volunteer fire halls are like miniature community centers, and that's exactly what they are. And much like we have people that look after the community center, it was always these gentlemen and the ladies auxiliary too that were always in there looking after the hall, making sure that it was clean, making sure that the events was run properly. It's a shame, Your Worship, that it's come to this, and and that we're going to have to sort of part ways. But that said, we do appreciate all the effort that they put into the hall. We do appreciate the fact that they were stewards of it for so long and that they did a great job, not only on the volunteer fire side, but also in actually making the hall like a community center. So, Your Worship, thanks to these gentlemen and all the people associated with them.
Thank you very much. Well said, Councillor Peter Angelo. And on behalf of the city, all of us here, I'd like to present this certificate. I'm not sure where you're going to put it. Maybe one of your houses, the garage. On behalf of the members of City Council, I wish to extend my sincere thanks to Niagara Falls Station Number 6 Association for your dedicated 55-plus years of service. Thank you for the countless community efforts, raffles, and fundraising that your group has done to better the lives of everyone in our Niagara Falls community. Signed, little happy face, yours truly, with the city crest. So that's for you guys. Give that to you, Mr. President. And this is some little gifts for all of your last remaining members. So I'll give that to you, Mr. Secretary. Admin, sorry. Sorry, admin.
I went through great trouble to change it from secretary to administrative assistant, thinking that somebody else would take over the position. But since 1988, nobody else has, so I
But
kind
our
of...
meetings are run like council, railroad.
I resemble that remark. So what I'd like to do now on behalf of members of council, thanking you for your years of service, and to recognize your years of service on behalf of all of us and the residents of Niagara Falls who are grateful for all the years and the blood, sweat, and tears that you've put into our community, we'd like to plant a tree and a bench on the front lawn of Station 6 on Schistler Road near the flagpoles to recognize all that you've done for the community. So on behalf of all of us, thank you very much. Don't stop now, guys. Don't stop that. Guys, again, everybody, we want to say thank you so much. It's a bittersweet day, but these gentlemen, it was tough, but we want to recognize them in the right way. So thanks very much, gentlemen. Thanks, Don. You guys are welcome to stick around. Don't feel like you have to leave. Start the car. Thank you. Thanks, guys. All right, next up, second annual Chariot Festival, Kida Rathyartra at Fireman's Park. So I understand that we've got some guests here who are going to address council. Rupali, who's the event manager, is asked to address council and give us some updates on the second annual Chariot Festival that'll be taking place at Fireman's Park. So folks, if you'd like to all come forward to the microphone, and if you've got someone taking pictures, you can, if you want to come out here to take pictures, you get better angles, you can come through that little doorway if you want to get some good shots.
You'll be presenting here?
Yeah, to one of the microphones. Yeah, you can all go up there. Yes.
Okay, hi everybody. Thank you, Mona Patel, for all your kind support. We're honored to be here today. It's quite a historic moment for us as an organization. And thanks to Rupali for organizing this so well. I want to be respectful of time, so I'll try to talk my fastest. We are ISKCON, and ISKCON stands for the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. You may famously know us from comedies and things like that, spoofs, if you will. It was the hippie era, and the Hare Krishnas were all the rage. So this science and philosophy stems from ancient India, Vedic science and philosophy. It was brought from the east to the west, like San Francisco and New York. It started by our founder, Srila Prabhupada. That's the picture of him under the picture of Krishna. So he started this ISKCON, International Society for Krishna Consciousness, in about 1966. And from San Francisco all the way throughout America, he translated all of the ancient Sanskrit books into English so that this was accessible. And what was he trying to teach was just love of God. So we are here today to invite you all because we really seek your support. Mona and a lot of others, Jim. Sorry, I don't know how to address him here, but I'm so sorry.
Councilors and council.
So we're really thankful for all of your support over the years, and we are fairly new. We are growing exponentially due to the children. The children come to our temple every Sunday for Sunday school, where we teach them good habits, clean living, good morals and values. And this really stems from the teachings from those ancient texts. So we invite everybody to this festival. It's the ISKCON Niagara Kids Rath Yatra Chariot Fest. So it's a chariot that's pulled by children, and we have free food all day long for all of our visitors. So is it possible to
Yes.
flip the slides?
You might have control of it right there, actually, I think. The mouse? If you click on the mouse.
Right.
And if not, we can.
Oh,
there
thank you
go.
so much. Okay, so a little bit about ISKCON. We are a global community of centers, and we are all over the world. But this festival in particular is celebrated with great pomp and prestige all over. You will see it in New York, Moscow, Toronto, London, all over. Wherever there's a country, there is an ISKCON. So wherever there's an ISKCON, there's a lot of community that's built around it. A lot of famous people have gravitated towards ISKCON over the years. If you go to the next slide, the Beatles most famously, George Harrison and John Lennon. You may know the song My Sweet Lord. That was in direct reference to George Harrison's learning about Krishna and his relationship with God. So it was a really beautiful song. Through him, the culture of the East was really brought to the West in forms of yoga, vegetarianism, clean living, and music to celebrate the love of God. So something that I think stems from also teachings of St. Francis of Assisi, like how to be kind to others and animals and honor the people around you. It's just that mood of love that we continue to teach the next generation. So this was a lot of the snippets from our festivals. During a festival, you're likely to see booths with information, garb for sale, and philosophy talks, questions and answers, but a lot of music, a lot of fun. And this really draws the crowd to participate. And it's non-denominational, so everybody is welcome. And we do serve the free feast all day long. And I'll invite Rupali to talk a little bit about last year's ISKCON.
Hello, everyone. So thank you so much for inviting us, and really, really thank you so much, Mona Patel, for your guidance. Like, I called her before 1 month, and the way she guided me, the way she supported me, it really means a lot to me. Like, it gave me vision because of her. I thought it would be possible this year rather than waiting for years. So really, really appreciate your patience, and thanks to Mayor Jim, that you really gave us a chance to talk here. So last year, we started this Kids Rath Yatra from scratch. It was like we thought, okay, we'll do it in a smaller way. So I tried to do the marketing, whatever. Like, I wanted to focus every community, not only Indian. Like, as Patsy said, it is for every community, not only for India. So I tried to make sure that every community is coming, and we even tried to sell free tickets on Eventbrite, and we sold almost 800 tickets, where 500 people came. With kids, and they really were able to enjoy the festival with all the cultural activities, free feast, and pulling the rath. So it was really fun for kids in Fireman's Park. We are really lucky to have beautiful park like Fireman's Park, where we can really organize this kind of events. So it was really comfortable place for us to do this big event. So last year it was like a smaller scale, right? Because it was just trial and error, and it really worked out well. But then this year, of course, after talking to Mona Patel, I thought, okay, let's do it in bigger way. Like, it is possible, because this is the Niagara Falls, which is like a tourist place in overall world. So I really want to take benefit of that. And again, we do have support from everybody, like council, mayor. So we should use that opportunity. So now this year, we do have media partner, and they are really promoting this festival this year. Like, we got 120,000 views within 1 week for this Rath Yatra, and almost more than 600 tickets got booked within 1 week on Eventbrite. So this is kind of, I feel like magic. I just tried it and it happened. It is like only one influencer I reached out. He helped us as a volunteer basis, and again we are able to reach out to 120,000 people. You can see that on Instagram. There is reach. People are giving us so many comments. They want to come from all over GTA, from US. So this is just first video we posted, and now there are many more to come within this 1 month. I have so many plans. So again, there is another podcast we are going to do next week on Sunday. Everybody is invited for that. We are going to do some another things about this Rath Yatra, and people from everybody, every community, they will come, and we will do kirtan on the near Niagara Falls. And of course, we are especially doing this for promoting Rath Yatra as in front of many people. And of course, we will use that video for inviting multiple people from different places. So again, my main thing is of course, this event is for community, for kids. I really want everybody to come enjoy in this stressful time of the overall world. I think we need this kind of peace, some kind of happiness. And I feel like from when I started organizing, planning for this event, it just gave me so much happiness for where I'm getting that chance to every community coming together and enjoying. So I don't feel like there is no any other happiness. But when I plan about this, it just gives me so much goosebumps. And I really want everybody to feel these goosebumps after attending this event. I really, really personally want everybody to come. So there are so many things to talk, but I don't know how I will finish it. But really, it is just a lot, and it is future. And this year we are planning for 5,000 people. Next year it will be for 10,000 or 20,000. Like in Toronto, they are planning for 100,000 people. Don't you think it is possible for Niagara Falls? Because this is the tourist place, and of course it is 100% gonna happen. Like they are doing it in Halifax, it is happening for 40,000 people. Everybody's coming, enjoying. The roads are blocked, of course, because of your support, because everybody can have fun for the event for 2-3 days. And of course, the future plan next year, we are planning in the Oaks Garden Theatre for 2-3 days event. And again, we will go, Chariot parade will be there. It will be the big Rath. We do have Rath team, Rath making team. We do have different teams in ISKCON Niagara, like Prasadam team, Kirtan team. We do have volunteers, multiple volunteers. Everybody is getting opportunity to take participation, whatever they like. Just use your talent for this event. It is just going to give you happiness. That is what I'm doing. So I think that is the thing I want to say.
Rupali, just to sum it up, so it's going to be Sunday, May 31st.
Yes.
Fireman's Park. What time?
3 p.m. to 8 p.m.
Time?
It will start at 3 p.m.
3 p.m. until
8 p.m. It will go on until 8.
So it's about 5 hours.
Yes.
And just help me understand, so the chariots, is that like what's in the picture?
This is kind of big. It is next year's plan. This year it is for kids. So that is what we are making it the smaller one, little bit small size than this. It will be smaller. Like maybe, you can't see in here, but maybe if you will check our Instagram, you will see that. Or maybe.
About 10 feet high.
Yeah.
Okay. And I see you've got letters of support from the Prime Minister.
Yes, we
So
are so
this
lucky.
is for one of our sister centers in Halifax.
Yes.
But we do get support from all honorable members of the government for Vancouver, for Toronto, and major cities. And our hope is that we get support from the city, and then we can, of course, when we plan it on a grander scale, years forward, we can definitely reach out to the honorable Prime Minister, the MP, and other dignitaries to get their support as well.
That's great. Well, I think unless we've got some questions of council, any specific questions about the event, so we know the date now, the time. I know it's been put in our calendars, and so everybody will have to do their very best to be there. And if there's anything specific you need from us, maybe even promoting it through our social media to encourage other people to join. I know it's handy for me. It's right by my house. I could walk there. It's just a 10-minute walk. Yeah. Depending on the day, which I've still got to go over with my staff. Councillor Patel, did you want to comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Rupali, Patty, and Venkat, thank you very much for coming here and great presentation. By the way, you guys look beautiful in saris. I have a question. What time is the chariot pulse going to happen?
That's going to begin at 4 p.m.
4 p.m. Okay,
4
so
p.m.
people understand what time to come.
Correct, yeah. So we do set it at 1 hour earlier so people can join in by 4 p.m. That's when the event actually begins, and then it extends up to 5 p.m. After which we are going to have smaller events going on. They're smaller in the sense different from the Chariot Fest itself. Just Kirtan, which is basically mantra, chanting, and music. That's going to go on there. And of course, as soon as the Chariot Fest concludes, we're going to have free food distribution there. Along this, we are also going to have a lot of vendor stalls, booths that are going to be set up. That begins from 5 p.m. and goes on until 8 p.m.
Thank you. I wasn't able to go last year, but hopefully I'll make it this year. And I want to say one fact is, when we talk about Lord Krishna, he has 16,106 or 9 wives.
How many again?
Over 16,000 wives.
Councillor Chariot, did you hear that? It's a Hare Krishna.
Hare
He's
Krishna.
got 16,000 wives. Wow.
He's called
He could
God.
keep us in business here for all the wedding
There you
ceremonies
go.
that our clerk does. Wow, you'd be busy.
And you know, Rupali, you were right through you, Mr. Mayor, that Fireman's Park is a great facility. Earlier, me and Council Peter Angelo were talking about how lucky we are to have that great facility in our city. That, you know, it's the place where everything can happen, even whether we're doing a little rally, everything can happen in Fireman's Park. So it's a great spot, and hopefully everything goes well the way you planned. And thank you very much for coming to the council. And I believe you have a invitation for everybody.
Oh,
you said
yes.
Earlier?
Yes.
Just some samples.
Oh, we do have in that bag.
Okay.
Kashu, can you give me the bag? And I just wanted to request one more thing to Mayor. Like, I really needed video from you for, like, you know, I know you post every time, like Mona Patel, everybody. Please help us making that beautiful video for inviting people that I need, like, so that I can post it on our channel. And even, of course, you have to post it on your Facebook. And even Mona Patel, you do it great, and I always follow your every video. I need it for this event as well.
Well, we'll do that. We'll make a promotional video. Maybe you'll just coach us on what things you want us to say.
Yes, I will
And then
do
we
that.
can make that, we can shoot that here at City Hall.
Sure. Yeah, I can come if you need. We can do it together. So please, that is the thing.
Yeah, please, hand those, if you want to hand those, and we'll give those to all the
Yes.
council.
And again, that another thing was the media coverage. What is the possibility on that day? Like, if we would
What?
need for media coverage on that day.
Well, we'd have to reach out, there's the media's in the back there, the
Yeah.
reporters, so, see that guy in the shirt against the back
Okay.
wall there? That's Ray, he's the media.
Yeah,
So,
sure.
and also you're on TV right now.
Oh, really?
yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
my God.
To both of our followers, both of our viewers.
And can we add this event on the community calendar as well? Where, like, because main thing is I really want another communities as well to participate for dancing, like, you know, because their dance should be there as well, like all the communities, like Korean, Chinese, like every community from different world, different countries. So I just want to reach out to every community, they can participate for dancing, like their cultural performance on the stage, so that it will look like for everybody, right? Not on.
So what we can do is, as soon as we're concluded, we're going to make a motion, and then we'll ask that our staff work with you to coordinate with you, the other multicultural groups in the community, and also that we help promote it on our social media, through our community calendar, also with the media, and the media may want to give one of those to the media too. Did you get one, Jen? Oh, okay, good, Ray's got one. And then maybe Mr. Spiteri can mention it to one of their reporters, that maybe they can help promote it as well, or maybe he will. So what I'd like to do then, I'd like to get a motion by Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Dabrowski, that we receive the presentation and that we support it with promotion on social media, promotion and connection with our multicultural groups in the community, and that we do a video to help market the event as well and share it with everyone else to join us on Sunday, May the 31st, 3 p.m. until 8 p.m. at Fireman's Park. That good?
Thank you.
We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. So thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm already having goosebumps and I'm crying. You don't know, it means a lot to me and I'm just so happy.
Most people cry when they come here, but not happy tears.
No, I'm just so happy. Like, I cry every day when I plan for this. It's like my passion and I feel happy. I just want everybody to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, sure. Number 9, yep. Okay, folks, we are a little bit early for our planning portion of our council, so we're going to jump ahead to 9 on your agendas. If you want to swing down and scroll down to 9. And first item on the report is reports, finance reports, final tax notice due dates. There's 2 recommendations there. Number 1, that we approve the dates and the final due dates for residential, pipeline, farmland, and managed forest assessment classes, and as well, the same for commercial, industrial, multi-residential classes. So motion by Councillor Nieuwesteeg, second by Councillor Chariot. All those in favor? Okay, and that is unanimous. Thank you for that. 9.2 is CS 2026-20 Finance 2026 Property Tax Rates. It's recommended that council approve the tax rate as in the attachment. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Do you want to speak?
I'm opposed.
Oh, okay, with 1 opposed. Thank you. 9.3, CS 2026-21 Finance Cancellation, Reduction, or Refund of Taxes under Section 357, 358 of the Municipal Act. Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Chariot. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. 9.4, schedule of user fee update and vow renewal ceremony. Councillor Dabrowski, did you want to?
Yeah, I just had either a question or a comment, and I think it's a well thought out report. My question is, are we undervaluing ourselves? And I look at the town of Lincoln, and I know that's the comparison, or that's the benchmark that we're looking at, but we're not the town of Lincoln. We're the city of Niagara Falls. We're the honeymoon capital of the world. When people come here to renew their vows or get married here at City Hall, we're a world-famous destination. We have huge international clout. We have a brand-new courtyard out here at the city of Niagara Falls. I just wonder if we're shortchanging ourselves and would look at either amending the proposed cost. I think it's $59 with a $40 administrative fee. I just don't want to shortchange ourselves. I think we can't compare ourselves to the town of Lincoln. We're very unique. We have a brand that's internationally recognized. People have been coming here for more than 50 years to either get married or celebrate their honeymoon. And I think it's world-class to come here and have your vows renewed. So I just wonder if we can maybe have some feedback from staff on whether or not we look at increasing that fee, or if we are undervaluing ourselves. I would hate to see us as a municipality undervalue ourselves when it comes to vow renewal. So I'll
Hey, appreciate that. Maybe we'll go to our clerk and get some insight and see what they're thinking and what you're thinking.
Yeah, thanks. Through your worship, this report was brought forward by our Senior Manager of Decision Support Services, and the value in there for the cost is just for cost recovery for staff time. So certainly it'd be the will of council if they wanted to propose any additional fees. Right now, there's not a big interest from my standpoint for vow renewals. Of course, we haven't promoted these in the past, but in the time that we've been doing ceremonies since 2020, I can only recall on 2 occasions where we've been asked to do this, and on the most recent occasion where I was thought I would entertain the request, I just didn't hear back from the couple. So we don't get a lot of them, but maybe with some promotion we would. So that's why I thought we would go ahead and entertain them. So it'd be the will of council if we wanted to set those fees.
Maybe the wife changed her mind. She didn't want to renew. She wanted it to she wanted to expire. Yes. So you still have the floor. I know Councillor Nieuwesteeg wants to talk as well. But
again, I just want. If
you want to throw numbers or number you're thinking?
I don't want to throw numbers around, but looking at a town, we're so unique, especially when we compare ourselves to other municipalities within the region. There's no comparison. We're Niagara Falls. We're a brand on its own. We're world famous. So I'd love to hear from more around the horseshoe. But if we are looking at promoting it, which I think we should increase the fee. I think we're undervaluing our brand, and we're shortchanging ourselves with only charging $59 for locals and $100 for couples. So if we are going to put some marketing dollars behind it and look at generating some revenue through this avenue, I say we increase it, but we'd love to hear from others around the table.
Maybe up $100.
Couple
Councillor
$100 at
Nieuwesteeg
least.
on both.
Not double digits, at least triple for sure.
I just want to make a comment. When I read this, I thought, am I reading this right? We're having a whole discussion about $59 when we have, we're talking about a massive, operating budget that we have. So $59 seemed a little odd, but I agree with Councillor Dabrowski that we are, as a city, if someone's going to, or a renowned city, if someone's going to take the time to have them renewed here, then obviously that says something. But I just want to make a point too that I think that this is something very ceremonial, and to put a $59 price tag on, it seems just like it just didn't, the taste just didn't seem right. That very, very, like, what's the point of renewing a vow for $59? It just doesn't have the impact or the significance of something very ceremonial. So just from a ceremonial point of view, I think it's very cheap. Even though there's only 2, I know it's not a big issue. 2 people.
2 people?
Yeah. But maybe this is something that we can promote.
I think you should pay them. like going to Denny's for, yes, go ahead, Councillor Patel.
Mr. Mayor, to that point, maybe we should throw in the themed vow renewal too. You know how in Vegas they do Elvis theme, they have different themes. Maybe we can have staff dress up as Elvis.
So wait a minute,
maybe.
a theme? Like, you mean our clerk should dress like Elvis? Yes. Okay, if we, okay, hold on. Extra $5. Okay, listen, I got an idea, guys. I know Councilor Patel mentioned this earlier, the idea of Mr. Clerk, would you be open to the idea? Let's hear what he has to say.
Absolutely not.
Okay, but you know.
Thank you very much.
We gave it. I think we've got something for the screen. Just get everyone's take on this and tell me if you could imagine this. Oh. Hey, $200 right there. What do you think? Bill?
Well, we definitely won't get anybody that in asking to do these, but I joked when we started doing ceremonies that since the location of my office is right off the parking lot, we could just do drive-through weddings as well. So,
well done.
I mean, honestly, we could be as corny as we want here, and people would probably pay for it. But I think we're getting a little off topic.
I like the way you said thank you very much. That was perfect. Thank you. That was perfect. Well, why don't you suggest a number, Councillor DeBose? You're the marketing guy here. Why don't you
Yeah, I think to Councillor Nieuwesteeg's point, we're shortchanging ourselves. It's cheap. We're only missing the 99 after the 59 to even cheapen it further. But I would love to see 2 or 3 options, whether it be, I know we have social media staff here as well, maybe a package that starts at $150 or $200, but offer up a $500 or $1,000 package that has all those caveats. Maybe not the clerk dressing up as Elvis, but maybe some options. So I don't know if I propose a number now at $200.
You want to send it back, have them come back with something?
Let's say, but I would love to have staff come back with a report on various options and look at other municipalities. And I'd rather not look at the town of Lincoln and use that as a benchmark. And maybe we don't have to look as far as Las Vegas to see the various options that they have, but maybe a hybrid of the two, and we can use it as a revenue generator. I know expenses are large here at the city, but if it's low-hanging fruit and we're doing it already, why not do it the best way we can?
That's great. Ms. Darlington would like to also.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor. I was just going to echo what the councillor has just said. Let's defer the report. We'll bring it back, do some further analysis, and bring some proposals for council.
No, that sounds great. You want to make that motion, Councillor?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yes.
Motion by Councillor Dabrowski. And ironically, who's he got coming? To your Comic-Con?
Miss Priscilla Presley.
Priscilla Presley's coming.
So maybe she could cut the ribbon on our new
Oh.
courtyard, and who knows?
Bill.
The opportunities are endless. But
Look, he's got the color. Look at that. Oh, hold on, Bill.
I love it.
Yeah, hold on.
Look what we've started.
Hey, get the thing back in the screen, Heather. We gotta get. Hold on, no, hold on. We gotta have a little bit of fun. No, hold on a sec here. She's getting on the screen. I don't know why she took it off anyway. Where the heck? Come on, guys. All right. Okay. It's coming. Just gotta have a little bit of fun, guys. Got it. Thank you. Okay, so motion by Councillor Dabrowski, second by Councillor Patel. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Carriot.
Quick one. Will there be a discount for the guy with the multiple wives?
The Hare Krishna? 16,000. 30% off. Yeah. So we got a motion by Councillor Dabrowski, second by Councillor, oh, did you want to comment? No. Second by Councillor Patel. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that is unanimous. So we're going to send it back, come back with a couple options, and we'll have some little bit of fun with it. Thank you for that. All right, moving along.
We could go to planning now.
How many more do we got? We only got 2 more.
Sure.
So we got 9.5. Oh, is this a bit of a, do you have a lot to say on this one? Yeah? Okay, so you want to go to planning then? Why don't we do that? Because Councillor Strange has got or Councillor Pietrangelo got a speech he wants to do. Pardon me?
There's a delegation on 9.5.
On 9.5? Okay, okay, yeah. Thank you. Okay, folks, we're now going to move to the planning portion of our agenda. So that's back to number 8. And I would now ask our clerk to please introduce the next item on the agenda.
So a public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw and a plan of vacant land condominium to permit the development of 78 townhouse dwelling units and common elements at 4336 Willock Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on March 25th, 2026, and by posting a sign on the property in question. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the bylaw amendment will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to City Council prior to the adoption and/or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the bylaw amendment to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll now call on Mackenzie CC, our Senior Planner of Current Development, to provide an overview of the report PBD 2026-19.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and area residents. Thank you for joining the public meeting for the zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of vacant land condominium application for part of 4336 Willock Road. The subject land, specifically the portion of 4336 Willock Road that is located within the urban boundary, as shown in red on this slide, are approximately 2.5 hectares in size and are located on the south side of Willock Road, west of the intersection of Willock Road and Sodom Road. The lands are currently vacant and are bisected by Hunter's Drain and its regulated floodplain. The subject lands are designated residential in part, environmental conservation area in part, and environmental protection area in part in accordance with the city's official plan. Surrounding land uses include to the north, Weaver Cemetery, detached dwellings, and Hunter's Drain. To the south, Hunter's Drain and agricultural lands. To the east, Sodom Road, a detached dwelling and agricultural lands. And to the west are detached dwellings. The lands are located within walking distance to Chippewa West Park, Patrick Cummings Memorial Sports Complex, and Hunters Creek Trail. The lands are zoned agricultural 3 zone in part, open space conservation zone in part, and highway commercial zone in part. The applicant is proposing to rezone the subject lands to a site-specific residential low-density group multiple dwelling zone in part, and environmental protection area zone in part. Site-specific zoning relief is being sought to establish Willock Road as the front lot line, to reduce the minimum front yard depth, minimum rear yard depth, minimum parking space requirements, and the minimum privacy yard depth requirements, as well as to increase the maximum lot coverage, maximum building height, and projection of a roofed over 1-story porch. Staff recommend that the amending bylaw include a holding provision. This recommendation was modified after the publishing of the report, as the applicant has since submitted a letter from the Ministry of Citizenship and Multiculturalism acknowledging entry of the Stage 1 and 2 archaeological assessment into the Ontario Public Register of Archaeological Reports. Further, staff are now recommending that the holding provision with respect to the filing of the record of site condition only be required for the westerly portion of the parcel, as the easterly parcel is not affected by a potentially contaminating activity that would warrant the filing of a record of site condition. A sunset clause in the amending bylaw is not recommended, as there is a concurrent draft plan of vacant land condominium approval, which provides a 3-year period for the clearance of conditions of draft plan approval. The proposed draft plan of vacant land condominium proposes to divide the subject lands into 78 units of land, which can be sold much like blocks on a plan of subdivision, for which building permits can be issued. Each unit of land is reserved for the construction of a townhouse dwelling unit and will consist of a dwelling unit, exclusive use areas, private amenity area, and parking and landscaping. Common elements will include private roads, visitor parking spaces, servicing, and utilities, as well as landscaped areas. Hunter's Drain, as I mentioned, divides the subject lands into 2 parcels, with 37 dwelling units proposed on the easterly parcel and 41 dwelling units proposed on the westerly parcel. Each parcel will be independently serviced and accessed, and as such, the applicant may elect to register each phase of the condominium separately. This slide shows conceptual elevations for the proposed townhouse dwelling development. The top elevation is the view from an interior private road, whereas the bottom elevation is the view from Willock Road. A public open house was held on January 12th, 2026, and notice of the open house was mailed on December 5th, 2025, to all 86 property owners located within 120 meters of the subject lands. The open house was attended by the agent and 8 members of the public, and written comments have since been received from 6 members of the public. Concerns were raised with respect to stormwater management, flooding, infrastructure capacity and upgrades, parkland dedication, species at risk, privacy impacts, the proposed built form, scale, and density, the protection of agricultural lands, and the presence of gas wells. With respect to stormwater management, peak stormwater flows will be conveyed to Hunter's Drain, and an oil and grit separator is proposed to provide an enhanced level of protection prior to discharging to Hunter's Drain, and that would be the responsibility of the future condominium corporations. A floodplain analysis was submitted in support of the applications as well, and MPCA staff from the Conservation Authority have confirmed that the applicant has appropriately demonstrated that there will be no negative impacts to the floodplain and that stormwater quantity controls are not required to facilitate the proposed development. With respect to infrastructure capacity and upgrades, the reconstruction of Willock Road along the frontage of the subject lands is anticipated to commence in approximately 2 years and will include the widening of Willock Road, ensuring that 2 traffic lanes will be appropriately accommodated. It's further noted that water and sanitary services are available to service the proposed development. Regarding parkland dedication, cash in lieu will be collected as a condition of draft plan approval. With respect to species at risk, a natural heritage constraints assessment was submitted, and it concluded that the subject lands are not providing significant habitat for any endangered or threatened species or species of conservation concern. With respect to privacy, a 1.8 meter high wood privacy fence will be required along the western property line, abutting the adjacent residential property at 4434 Willock Road. And it's further noted that a provision in the amending bylaw will be included to prohibit the construction of upper level balconies for the units that back onto that neighboring property to the west. Regarding the proposed built form and scale and density, staff note that compatibility does not imply sameness or uniformity, but rather a complementary design approach that respects and responds to the existing character of the neighborhood. Further, with respect to building height, staff are of the opinion that it's appropriate based on the context and surrounding setbacks and land uses, as well as the proposed density exceeds the minimum density target for the designated greenfield area. With respect to the protection of agricultural lands, staff note that the subject lands do not form part of the city's agricultural land base, are already designated for residential, and are located within the urban boundary and within the designated greenfield area. And lastly, Phase 1 and 2 environmental site assessments were submitted in support of the applications and did not identify any gas wells on the subject lands. Staff recommend approval of the zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of vacant land condominium applications for the following reasons. The proposed development conforms with provincial, regional, and city policies. It will not negatively impact Hunter's Drain or its associated floodplain and fish habitat. The proposed development will exceed the minimum density target for the designated greenfield area. The built form, scale, and density is appropriate for the subject lands. The proposed zoning and site-specific amendments are appropriate for the area and will facilitate an efficient use of land in a compact built form. And the proposed development will address the concerns that have been raised by members of the public. In summary, staff recommend that council approves the zoning bylaw amendment and the inclusion of a holding provision as modified to require the filing of a record of site condition with the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks for the westerly parcel. Staff also recommend that council approves the draft plan of vacant land condominium, grants draft plan approval for a period of 3 years, authorizes the signing of the draft plan of vacant land condominium, and authorizes the execution of the condo agreements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions of council? I've got Councillor Patel and Lococo and Nieuwesteeg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to know, well, who's responsible for, my concern is drainage. So who's responsible upon what point? For example, until the construction done occupancy, is the developer, what happens after the occupancy? There is some concern with the drainage or some concern with the backyard flooding. What happens then? Because this is very close to the Hunter's Drain, and currently the land around there, there's lots of ponding happening. I'm sure it happens to other lands too before they are developed. So what happens, because in Chippewa, that area, we always hear the drainage issue. So if there's a drainage issue happens, past occupancy permit, who's responsible for it?
Through you to the councillor. So as of now, in terms of the drain, it's not a municipal drain, so it's currently the responsibility of the landowner to ensure that that drain's free of encumbrances, that it's working. So if there's any complaints, it becomes, we spoke with the Conservation Authority, that it's common law in terms of that they have to maintain that. Then through the draft plan of vacant land condominium process, they'll be doing detailed engineering to ensure that there's no drainage impacts on adjacent properties, impacts on the property itself or the development. So they'll be going through that review. The MPCA will be also looking at those engineering plans to ensure that the floodplain is not being negatively impacted. After that, it would be a matter that would probably be dealt with the condominium corporation in a sense. They wouldn't be allowed to modify the grading of that site afterwards. That would be something that would be maintained within the condominium agreement and through those plans. So we would be looking at rectifying any issues or addressing that before that occupancy would be granted.
Okay, thank you. My concern is sometimes, we hear from people that their backyard gets flooded, city doesn't help them. I just want to make sure the city or the taxpayer are not on the hook for paying for future damages. That's what I'm concerned about. Another thing is, it's on a report it says 2 years monitoring of the system, but when there's a new soil settles within it doesn't settle within 2 years. Sometimes it takes a couple years to settle it. Is it possible to extend it? How does the monitoring work?
Through you to the councillor. So the monitoring would likely occur through, we'd probably take securities that would essentially lock the developer into a monitoring period, and that's specifically for the plantings and the restoration of that buffer area. If it's the will of council, that's something that could be extended. Our environmental consultant suggested the 2 years is standard in practice in terms of she's likely looking at the species that are being maybe recommended there that she's used to in buffer plantings and and seeing that that would be an appropriate time frame to establish those. But if council wanted that extended, that's something that could be modified in the conditions and would be reflected in that monitoring plan that's presented.
Okay, thank you, because I would like to extend it just till the performance is proven, not just 2 years, because sometimes it takes 2 years, sometimes it takes 4 years. Because every time, most of the people, when they purchase new house, I'm sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, is, your front yard, your backyard doesn't settle right away. It's 2 or 3 years after, that's when the problem starts showing. So if you can check this, if you can extend this monitoring until the performance, satisfied performance, maybe 2, 3 years, 4 years, I'm not sure, I can leave it to the staff, but I would like to extend it because that's one of the major concerns I heard from people who called me in the last couple of weeks for this development is the drainage issue. And as you know, in Chippewa, this is the big, from all the comments you received, the drainage issue is the top of all the concerns. So I just want to make sure the drainage is done properly. That's all. That's what my concern is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got Councillor Lococo, then Nieuwesteeg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My concerns are about drainage as well, through the mayor to Ms. McKenzie. It talks about improving stormwater quality but by having an oil grit separator. I've never seen that in another report, not that it hasn't been, but I just haven't clicked in. Why would we need an oil grit separator in this instance?
Through you to the councillor, and I might call on Mr. Nickel to also elaborate, but it is a common requirement that we'll see, and it offers an enhanced level of protection. I assume it's probably controlling the amount of sediment and debris that's entering into the system. I might ask Mr. Nickel to talk about that from a more technical standpoint.
Sure. Ms. Cece is doing a great job with that. So there's two components of off-site stormwater management. There's quantity control, so the volume of water that leaves the site, and there's the quality, so the effluent, the amount of suspended solids, and the type of material that's leaving the site. Stormwater management pond is a fairly common way of controlling that because it allows the pond to fill up and then slowly release into the natural water course, and it also allows for settlement of those oils and grits through a stormwater management pond. For smaller sites where there's no room for that to occur, it's fairly common to have a large manhole, and that manhole has a system in place that separates oils. The oils float on top, and the grits fall to the bottom. It needs to be maintained every year. So it is a form of quality control, and the Conservation Authority would advise through their regulations what types of quality and quantity controls would be applicable on a site like this. So they've done such an advisement to the applicant based on the applicant's information. And so they've said, here's what you need to provide for the quantity and the quality control. I feel that there's some of that information coming from some of the public comments and through some of the discussion in this, the applicant's application. But we need to explore that a little bit further through the detailed design because there are some components of that we have to make sure are accurate as we move forward with the development.
Thank you. To me, there was some contradictory comments within the report from the region and the city, and then the other attachment that was on there from Anderson. But specifically from the region, it said that there was no wet weather capacity, and then our municipal works confirmed that there was sufficient capacity. Can we explain a little bit more of that? Because as Councillor Patel said, we always hear about the drainage issues in Chippewa, and going back to the wastewater treatment plant, when is that coming? Can we keep on building houses if we don't have the capacity? I'd like some more explanation on that, please.
Mr. Nickel?
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor on that. Wet weather capacity would relate to a certain storm event. During a 5-year storm event, our sewers are conveying, a certain amount of rainfall. During a 100-year storm event, our sanitaries or sewers are conveying a larger amount of rainfall. What the region has identified is that at some return period of rainfall, the sewers are at capacity, and our system is tied into the regional system, obviously. We have a siphon that crosses the Welland River, and we also have a tank and an overflow system at Riverview Park. So the region has identified that there are wet weather issues. There's wet weather issues all across the city. We have combined sewer overflows to prevent basement flooding for that very reason. What we need to identify, though, is that a new development is not contributing to the wet weather problem. A new development is designed with current design standards. We don't have weeping tiles connected to the system. So a system like this in a brand new development would be contributing to what I would refer to as dry weather flow. What the risk could be is that if the whole system is surcharged, this development may also be at risk of basement flooding, just like their neighbors. So when we look at the capacity of the sewage system to take this flow from the specific development to the plant, it has capacity because the system has capacity in dry weather, but the system gets surcharged in that return period in wet weather. And as you, depending on how deep you are and how close you are to the siphon and very specific rainfall conditions even, it makes a difference in terms of who's backing up and where it's backing up. So when we're looking at a site like this, it is, I'd say, an insignificant or a nominal amount of sewage to a system that is fine under dry weather conditions. And so that's how we would determine that it has adequate capacity and it would be okay for approval to move forward. That all said, we are actively working with our regional partners on the new wastewater treatment plant that will solve a lot of the problems that we're dealing with. Earliest in-service date we're hearing right now would be December 2030.
Thank you, December 23rd, okay. Also in here, it talks about in the condo agreement, it verifies capacity is available, and if not, mitigation may be required. What mitigation can there be if there's not capacity after the fact?
Yeah, through the mayor, in a scenario where, for example, this site is stalled in developing and other lands come online and develop, and the system has reached this dry weather capacity limitation, the applicant would need to determine or demonstrate to us that they have alternative methods of controlling that flow so as to not flood out their neighbors. And that might be something like a holding tank or or potentially staged permits or something like that. We don't want to prescribe that right now, and it's unlikely to occur, but that is to deal with that timing scenario.
Okay, just one more question and then I'll have comments later. It talked about widening the roadway, and I'm concerned about the construction and all of the heavy equipment on the road. Why would we widen the roadway after the development? Is there some sort of explanation through the mayor, either to Mr. Nicol or Ms. McKenzie? The timing of it just didn't make sense. Why would we do that?
Mr. Nicol?
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Mayor, the Willock Road corridor has been planned for widening and improvements in urbanization already to deal with some of the other adjacent developments. So this particular development would add to that traffic and add to the need to urbanize the frontage and to create an urban cross-section on Willock Road. It's fairly common for us to take on that project through our development charges as a municipal capital project after the work is completed, so that we can ensure that construction traffic has subsided and that we aren't dealing with any changes during construction. In this case, I will be working with my staff to time this and to phase it. I think we had a 2028 or 2027 construction timeline. A lot of that will depend on how quickly this development moves forward.
Thank you. Just a further extension on that, depending on how quickly the development moves forward, would we not postpone the work on the road till after, so we're not repairing a good construction of a road because of repairs?
Yep, through the mayor, that's exactly what we would do.
Okay,
yeah, it would be part of our capital budget approval.
Okay, I'll have a couple questions for the applicant and then some comments later. Thank you.
Councillor Nieuwesteeg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question was exactly what Councillor Patel asked, and some more from the Councillor Lococo. But through you, Mr. Mayor, there was one thing she asked very specifically about who will be responsible, and you said that you would look at the condominium corporation as. Is that something that we can insist instead of just look at them being responsible? A few months ago, we saw a development in Vaughan where it fell apart, and the playground had a sinkhole, and the residents were left taking care of it. So can we be more specific, saying that if there is flooding, because we're basing all our decisions on these engineering reports, saying that everything is fine, can we put that in that they are going to be responsible, and for anywhere near if there's flooding over and above anything, so that we protect the residents?
Through you to the councillor, yeah, that's something we can look at through the condominium agreement and putting some wording in there. And perhaps the applicant has something that they can comment on in terms of just having that insurance there. And again, as I mentioned, through the detailed design, we will be looking that they won't be able to have negative impacts on adjacent properties, but in the event that it does happen, it's something we could look at and switch.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. And I just want to kind of point out too, when a site is designed, obviously grading, drainage, those things are looked at to make sure there isn't flooding. Obviously engineered, and we don't normally have a situation. Where we do have situations, and historically where situations are occurring, is where people fill in swales where they shouldn't be filling in swales in their backyards, those kinds of things. So it really is on the homeowner to make sure they maintain their property appropriately and making sure those swales remain. In this case, it is a condominium, so the condominium would be responsible for those swales to be maintained. So I think it'll already be built into the condominium agreements, but we can definitely look further into that.
And that would be good, so then they wouldn't have to be responsible. But this just helps it just gives us that extra level of guarantee to make sure we're protecting the resident. Through you, Mr. Mayor, just another question. I see that we've had archaeological studies insisted here. Is that because of the proximity to the cemetery, or is this something going forward that we're asking for now?
Through you to the councillor, it's possible that might have had something to do with it. The region would have developed their archaeological master plan. I'm not sure if that's one of the criteria if they look in respect to cemetery sites, but a lot of it's likely due to it being undisturbed lands that haven't been subject to development for some time, and their proximity to the urban boundary and Hunter's Drain. So it might have been one of the factors.
Yeah, because we don't normally see the request for archaeological studies, so just out of curiosity. Thank you.
Councillor Patel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Sissy. I went to the site late last night to look at it, and there was quite a bit of water in the creek. And with development going on both sides of the creek, the hard surface doesn't absorb the water the way the land does. But would there be more runoff on Hunter's Creek? So would that water be going into the farmland in the back? Would that be causing complaints or some kind of difficulties for the farmers who's, growing something in the farm there?
Through you to the councillors, so my understanding is that they're designing it so that the stormwater conveyance is being directed to the creek and to Hunter's Drain. So they've looked at the amount of runoff that would be generated by the development and that it's not having a negative impact on the floodplain or the creek. So my understanding, it's not proposing to go onto the farmland to the south. It would be directed towards Hunter's Drain.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Strange.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And we're talking about the oil grid separated, and since the maintenance of the oil grid separated will be the responsibility of the condo corporation. What oversight will the city have to ensure that it's maintained? Like, if it fails and causes a blockage or flooding in the public system, who is liable for the damage to the residents' basements?
Who wants to take that one up? Mr. Mickle?
Yeah, I can start with that, Mr. Mayor. So the developer would be required to get a certificate of approval for this site through the Ministry of Environment process. So there's a submission of a stormwater management report by the engineer and approvals by city staff and a documentation that describes what levels of controls they're going to be doing. The city at this present time doesn't have a bylaw that requires this level of oversight by the city. Where we are now the drainage police or we're the quality control police on site. So really it's incumbent on the landowner, the owner of that property, to make sure that they're following the requirements of that they signed up for. I might defer to my folks, my colleagues in planning here on the ongoing requirements of the condominium to maintain that. I mean, they have an obligation to make sure they're maintaining their infrastructure. We are in the development of a drainage and sewage bylaw that helps us gives us some enforcement powers for these things when they're not done regularly. But we don't have anything like the fire department might have with respect to making sure that fire systems are maintained in a state of good repair for things like sewage. So at this point it's a little bit of a gray area for us. The impacts are primarily going to be on the water course downstream, because what will happen is grit and oil will end up going into the creek. So the Ministry of Environment will see that, and then they'll go back to the polluter, and they'll use the Environmental Protection Act to cause charges to be laid. So the city isn't really involved, but that's a bit more complicated process than the city going out and saying, show me your records for the annual maintenance that's required.
So that's the system we're in today, Councillor.
Yeah, I'm just, you know, a little worrisome that it might come back on us. You know, some residents get flooded. Who do we blame now? Do we blame the condo corporation? Do we blame the city of Niagara Falls? And now we're in insurance claims with everyone. I don't know what we can do to put in something as a clause or something into contract or whatever it is with this development. I'd like to see that if possible.
Yep, go ahead, jump in.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The only other thing I want to make very clear is the conditions of condominium, the draft plan of condominium require the applicant to submit a detailed stormwater management report. So an engineer's report stamped and sealed by an engineer that takes into account all of these considerations, flooding upstream, making sure that they're controlling pre to post on site if that's a requirement of the Conservation Authority. So we will be in receipt of a document. They can't proceed to register their condominium until they've satisfied us on those conditions. If there are errors or inaccuracies in that report, the city we're only as good as the information that's provided by that professional. So the recourse may end up being up the chain to the professional who prepared that report, or say the Conservation Authority who determined that no quantity controls were required because we're so close to the river. That's how we would chase that one down the trail.
Okay, any other questions? I think at this point we're good. Thanks, Mackenzie. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting may result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed draft plan and bylaw amendment. Is there anyone here, Mr. Clerk, other than the applicant who's registered to speak?
Yes, Your Worship, we do have a couple online that have registered, and then after those are finished, we could go to the gallery to see if there's anyone available. First would be Mr. Burdett.
Is he online?
He's rejoining currently.
Okay. Mr. Burdett, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. So the floor is yours. If you can just state again your name and your address, and then, of course, the 5-minute limit.
My name is Jody Burdett. I reside at 4480 Bridge Street. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I appreciate the opportunity to be heard. In recent discussions, there has at times seemed to be more energy spent on deciding whose voices should be heard than on engaging with the substance of what those voices are actually saying. So my hope tonight is simply that Council will listen carefully, not just permit the words to be spoken. I will be brief. I have already provided written information, so I do not intend to repeat it in full tonight. I trust that Council and any residents concerned with this matter will take the time to read it carefully. My purpose this evening is narrower than that. It is simply to emphasize that the concerns raised by the nearby residents are real concerns, properly before Council and deserving a serious response. This file may well be one that Council is inclined to approve. Staff are clearly recommending approval, subject to conditions and further follow-through. But that does not make the surrounding public concerns any less legitimate. If anything, it makes it more important that Council show on the record that those concerns were actually heard, actually weighed, and actually answered. My written submission speaks to that broader context. Tonight, I only want to underline that flooding, stormwater, infrastructure, privacy, traffic, and neighborhood fit are not incidental objections. They are the kinds of concerns residents are expecting to bring forward in a planning process, and Council should treat them that way. Staff note that the proposal may generate development charges, property tax revenue, and cash in lieu of parkland, and that is obviously a positive thing for the city. Expanding the tax base and generally additional revenue can be beneficial, and one would hope it helps reduce pressure on existing taxpayers. I also note that the report does not actually assign dollar figures to those items. In recent council discussions, there has been a tendency to translate public spending into a kind of pothole arithmetic. In this case, I was not in a position to provide that conversion for council's benefit, and I instead focused on the actual planning questions before council and the real public concerns attached to them. In closing, residents deserve not only to be heard, but to be listened to, and the public concerns placed before council on this agenda deserve to be answered on their merits. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Burdette. Mr. Clerk, we have anybody else waiting online?
The next speaker has since now declined to speak. They're just going to listen in, so we could go to the gallery and see if there's anyone else.
Is there anyone here other than the applicant who wishes to address council on this matter? Yes, yeah, if you'd like to come forward. And if you could just state your name and your address, and then you've got up to 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. My name is Vince Moyer, and I live at 4434 Willock Road, so I'm the neighboring property to this proposal. And our main concern in this is we're not of the opinion that we should not be moving forward in inhibiting anything that is going to be built. We understand that that's what's going to happen, but we're having a problem with what is actually happening with this. The proposed development is not consistent with the existing pattern of development along Willock Road, which is characterized by low-density, large lot residential properties and agricultural land use. The scale, density, and built form of the proposal do not provide an appropriate transition to the surrounding uses and conflict with the official plan objectives that require compatibility, protection of the neighborhood character, and the responsible use of the land. We are very concerned about the environmental site assessments, the floodplain analysis, stormwater management, and the sanitary service reports collectively fail to provide sufficient certainty that the development can proceed without adverse impacts to neighboring properties or the environment. Concerns remain regarding the flood risks, increased runoff, long-term stormwater system maintenance, sanitary capacities, and the cumulative impacts. Most of the houses on that road are already on septic beds and are on their own cisterns, thank you, sir, where this will be a whole new thing with Hunter's Drain that runs right around the back end of our property and far back into the 53 acres that surrounds my property. It's a concern that with a new development coming next door, that Hunter's Drain, if it does not flow correctly and properly and it's not taken care of properly, a lot of that backwater is going to end up in that farmer's field and possibly into our backyard that way. With that being said, that is one of our main concerns with the floodplain and the drainage analysis, relying on modeling assumptions that does not underestimate the risk, particularly under the changing climate conditions that we're dealing with nowadays. The introduction of extensive hard surfaces and altered drainage patterns threaten the natural function of the surrounding lands and increases the potential of the flooding and infrastructure failure affecting the adjacent properties. So with that being said, our main concern is the flooding and how it is out there. If any of you, and I applaud you, Councillor, for coming out and actually taking a look out there. Right now, it's a swamp out there. There's a lot of water on both sides. And where's that water going to go? We see it every year. There are certain times of the year where the road actually floods itself out. So these are major concerns that we have at this time. With that coming to our area, just the traffic study, traffic impact and the need for a traffic study needs to be taken into account, we feel. The City of Niagara Falls impact study requirements. The City of Niagara Falls requires the submission of a transportation traffic impact study for the development of the proposal. that are anticipated to have significant effect on the local roadways. Now, we have, in the last 10 years, had a significant development that has come right across the street from us, which has increased our traffic flow on Willock Road. At this point, we are stretched with the amount of traffic that goes up and down Willock Road. We have also the development that is occurring over by our arena out there. There's a lot of traffic in this area. With another 78 units coming in, that's the potential for, if you want to just double it, you've got 100 and we'll call it 160 cars, 2 cars per family type thing. That road at this point in time cannot handle it. The way it is structured now, it actually narrows into the center right where Hunter's Drain is. For that area to take on that much more traffic, and then later on, we're going to develop it into a wider road, is going to compromise more of Hunter's Drain by widening that road out. So we believe a traffic study should be taken into. These studies are used by the city staff to evaluate the traffic safety, roadway capacity, and the intersection's performance. So with that, we hope that a traffic study will be done, and that will be included into how this proposal is handled. We are concerned with the townhouses and the fact of privacy. This whole section of what we believed was the urban boundary before and was agricultural area has just kind of snuck up on us all that way, with some of my neighbors not attending today, but very concerned about it. So I thank you very much for your time today, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Moyer? Yes, Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hey, Mr. Moore, how are you?
Not too bad.
So you're right next to the development then?
We are.
And
You
you're
can
in
see
the
our pool in that picture.
Oh, okay. Do you have current problems with flooding and anything as far as leaky basements or?
We don't at this time have a problem overall with leaky basements. We have sump pumps. That's everybody on the road has to maintain a sump pump and a backup sump pump to make sure that we have the ability to pump the water out that does come in. We do have a significant amount of water that does leak in at this point in time, in the sense to your sump pit in your basement, that you then have to pump out. And when there's a good rainstorm, the sump pump's working heavy.
And your backyard, does that flood from the?
We are into the backyard. The water does come up to our tree line and into the farmer's field that is in behind. As I had mentioned before, if Councillor Patel was out there, she would see that there are significant amounts of pooling of water out the back end now. And that's just early spring. We usually, in April, around this time of the year, we end up with a point where the water's just cresting up to the edge of the roadway from Hunter's Drain.
You said sometimes it goes over the roadway as well?
Yep. Sometimes you're driving through water as you come through. On a good heavy rainstorm, we're driving through water out there, even at this point.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Councillor Nieuwesteeg?
Thank you. I live in Chippewa, so I totally understand what you're speaking of in terms of flooding. Now, earlier in our conversation, we asked if it would be possible if the condo corporation would take full responsibility for any of that. Is that enough to satisfy your concerns?
In the idea that if there was an ability to, as we know, everybody's going to turn around at that point and throw their hands up in the air and say, well, it wasn't us, or you have to prove it was us. What our concern is that at this point in time, we're not having issues. If we turn around and now this development goes through and these type of things start to happen, where do we go at that point? Do we come back here to the city and say to the city, you approved this, and now, after living out there myself for over 10 years now, we've never had an issue. All of a sudden, we now have a new development, and it has backed up the drains, and it is now pushing the water in and over towards our property. Who do we go see?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and that was what I was pushing for at the condo, so that, because we had something come up a few months ago, it happened in Vaughan, and and that condo corporation did exactly that. They said, we're not responsible, and it was a huge bill to all the people in there. So by asking, and they, our planning department said that is possible, they can put very strong safeguards in there, and if there is anything, they should be the ones responsible, because we're basing our opinion, our decision on engineering reports. We're also listening to you. So we want development, but we want to make sure you're protected. So I want to make sure that whatever goes in the condo corporation agreement is going to protect all of you. And having said that, would you be satisfied, or would you be able, could we have some sort of a consultation back with residents, maybe a question back to you, that we're satisfying that they are being protected? I think that's the end of the day here. We just want to make sure you're protected.
I thank you for that, and that would ease us in our minds in what's going on. But as was mentioned earlier, a 2-year is not going to be something that is going to be acceptable in that sense, because after 2 years, the ground is just settling. You're looking at 5 to 10 years, where then we know what the impact is and what has happened and how things have happened over those years. Because in the initial development, and as it is taken over by a condo corporation, they're going to make adjustments, they're going to do things, and things are going to have to weigh out with the new separator, all these things that are going to be placed in. We have to give them time to do their job, and if in that time it comes back that it's not acceptable, or we are now having issues, it should be taken into account, that we have an outlet that we can come to the city or to the
We want you going to the condo corporation.
No, yeah, not the, yeah.
So we want to make sure
I get
that we get the development, but you are protected. So whatever we can do.
If there's things that can be put in there to protect us, that would be grateful.
Okay, and
we'd be very
maybe
grateful.
that's through you, Mr. Mayor, to our Director of Planning. Maybe she can weigh in here.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor and the speaker. So I just want to caution on this a little bit. So, and I do agree with the speaker, there is proof required. So if we put a condition on the condominium corporation, for example, should they block up all the swales, or there be something on their property that is causing the flooding, that would be one factor. Anything off-site would not be considered. Anything, if the creek got jammed up, those kinds of things. So you have to remember, it's only whatever maybe the condominium corporation has done. Obviously, as part of engineering review and approval, we would approve those designs. So that wouldn't be included, obviously, because we're improving the design to outlet into the creek. Because again, there is going to be situations where it's going to go beyond the 1 in 100-year flood. It happens. There's extreme events. We know it happens daily. Not daily, but yearly, yes, depending on the situation. Right now, more often than it should. So I want to caution that, there could be flooding, and it may not be as a result of this condo corp, but we have to be prepared that, should there be an instance where there's some blockage or other things that was a result of the condo corporation, we can cover that off, but anything else, no.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, that's exactly what I think we're saying is it's strictly because of this development, not of any other natural disaster. People are reasonable, they would understand that. I just have one more question you mentioned like different times of year, and right now we're seeing a lot of flooding. When we're doing the engineering studies, are they looking at all times of year, or do they just go out and, so the whole, like the spring flooding is considered when they're making their assessment?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. So it's based on the 1 in 100-year model that they use, and the stormwater, and I'm going to ask Mackenzie to just jump up because she's read in more detail than I have. What other factors were factored into the stormwater report?
Through you to the councillor. Yeah, so the MPCA would they're looking at surveys, hydraulic analysis, hydrologic analysis. They're looking at a bunch of different criteria when they're developing that 1 in 100-year flood elevation. So there's a lot that goes into that modeling work. And I assume, are looking at it from across the seasons as well as when they're modeling those. So again, like as Ms. Dolch mentioned, there are anomalies outside of what has been predicted, but they're looking at that modeling across the seasonality and such.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Chariot, and then then Patel.
Just a quick question to Mr. Nicol. So, Mr. Nicol, where would you see water being more of a problem with this development there as opposed to what the neighbors have now without the development there? So the only water that they would add to the drain would be the water that their sump pumps pump. So they collect the water, goes in their basement, their sump pump pumps it back out into the drain. The only thing I could think of is that if you take a whole block and now you've got a huge basement, all basement, all that water goes into those basements, and those basements pump it into the drain, and that's not happening today. So that'd be the only place I could think of that would add more water to their drains than what they're doing now, unless I'm missing something.
Yeah, through the mayor. So the Hunter's Drain, as we see, goes through this development site and it's split. The drainage from the sump pumps would discharge in,
To the drain?
theory, it should be discharged to their property, and their property would shed it over land. So if their property sheds it over land to the ditch, and the ditch heads to the drain, that would be the path that would head to the drain. So this development is meant to control 5-year pre to post. So in a 5-year storm, the water that's coming off the roofs, is held back. It's held back so that, whatever was traveling through there today before construction will continue to flow through there up to a 5-year level of storm. Over 5 years, now we're going to start to add some of the flows to the drain from this new site development. But none of that would back up unless there was a major event and the ditches were surcharged and flooding back into the neighbors' properties.
So in this particular case where there's no storm drains or any other way to get rid of the water except this drain, it is a real concern. Where in other areas where there's drains, where the water from the homes can get into the storm drain as well, is not as much of a concern as it is where the only way they get rid of their water, like you said, if it runs down their yard, but then the yard gets into the only infrastructure that exists, which is this drain. So there is some extra water that's going to go into the drain because the building is there. Because the other water, if the building's not there, it soaks into the ground, runs off into the drain, runs away. In this particular case, not only soaks off, runs into the drain, gets into the basements, and then they pump it into the drain. So there could be more water with this building than without the building.
Okay. Is there any more? Nothing on that? Okay, I've got Councillor Patel, then Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Moore, for coming out here and making a presentation. When I was there, I saw the Village Cemetery has quite a bit of pool of water in the cemetery all over there. And also the open land where the subdivision is going to go, condominium is going to go, is quite a bit of pool of water there too. And so your concern is, because this is built what Councilor Chariot said, but my question is for Ms. Sisi or Ms. Dolce. The grading should not be causing the water retention in neighbor's yard, right? Grading should be the equal level. It would not be higher grading that water will go down into the property.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. So when they do the grading, obviously they're going to, again, there are people that do raise the sites, but in this case, it should not impact. And I'm going to ask Mackenzie because I haven't seen the grading plans, but I do want to clarify that anything on site, it's a pre and post, right? So you can't do anything beyond whatever's on site right now. That drains the way it drains, it has to remain on site, and they have to do it with overland flow, as Mr. Nichols said. So, the grading, how they're dealing with it, has to be the same as what it is today. So anything off-site would not impact anything off-site.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, through you to the councillors. So in terms of the grading and how Mr. Nichol had described it, so they will be designing the site so that it is ultimately being conveyed to Hunter's Drain. So there might be some existing conditions pre-development where it might not be in the floodplain, but there might be some low-lying areas or areas where the pool, when they're grading that site, they'll be designing it so that it is actually pushing that water to the ultimate place where it should be conveyed, which would be the drain.
So, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So is there any way, Councillor Chariot pointed out the obvious, and what everybody else is talking about, is there any way we can avoid from any of this water backing up or any water pooling in the backyard or anybody's basement flooding? Is there any way we can avoid it?
Through you to the councillor, I think we've discussed a few mechanisms today in terms of what we can do to, to the best of our ability through engineering review, through, through having those clauses in the condominium agreement so that property owners are perhaps aware, and ultimately it's going to be the condominium agreement, condominium corporation that is going to be aware. So you have that, that governing body as opposed to individual landowners. So there's that as well. But those would be the mechanisms that we'd have at our disposal to ensure that grades aren't being modified, that those swales aren't being blocked. Part of it too is Hunter's Drain it will be remaining with the agricultural parcel to the south, so that would be under that ownership, whereas the condominium corporations would be under their own governing bodies. So again, as I mentioned before, it would be up to that property owner to continue maintaining the drain, make sure that it's not blocked, that there's not blockages, tree trunks, things of that nature that would maybe restrict the conveyance and that. So there's a few factors that would be working together to make sure that the whole system works as intended.
Okay. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, last question for you, Mackenzie, sorry. For condominium agreement, are they responsible for neighbors' property damage, or is just the immediate neighbor, or just their condominium? How much are they responsible for?
Through you to the councillor, so it's typically they're looking at the maintenance of the site, and by proxy through maintaining their swales and their infrastructure, it could have impacts on the adjacent properties. So in this case, that would be that interrelationship that, if they weren't to maintain their swales or something of that nature, that it could have an impact. So that's the relationship. I wouldn't say it's a direct correlation, but through them not upholding what's expected of them, it could have an impact.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I've got Councillor Lococo and then Baldinelli.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This reminds me of our conversations about, over the years, we've had lots of people contact us when we approve developments and then something happens to their neighbor's property. I brought forward a motion about infill guidelines. This is sort of infill guidelines, but on a bigger scale. We keep on hearing that we approve something and then it amends the property next door. It could be a small piece of property in between two houses, or it could be a big piece of property this way. But this is really what we're talking about, and people look to us because we approve something. They didn't have problems before, now we approve something and now they have problems. And then we end up in that vicious cycle. Well, the city approved it. Well, we had engineering stamped plans that it was a professional. Then we tell the people, oh, it's litigation. And now they look at us to say, well, why? You approved it, we're in this position. Now, I know that the motion went through for infill guidelines and it won't be till later on this year, but this is exactly some of the issues that happen with a bigger development too, because they amend the property and then the neighbors around it have issues, whether it's water, drainage, flooding, and that's where my concerns are on this. We have a lot of concerns about drainage, and I don't know if we have all of the answers, and with this one's a little bit different because there's a condo corp. We can put the liability and the responsibility on the condo corp. When we were dealing with infill developments, it wasn't even the person who was responsible. So it was a litigation matter. So I don't know how we can fix this, but we really need to find something to do, because I feel that we are responsible when we approve something and it's ruining or wrecking people's enjoyment of life and their housing.
Thank you, Councillor. I know our CAO would like to offer comment.
Yeah, Mr. Nickel can support me on this. In Ontario, drainage is covered by both the Drainage Act and common law. There's 200 years of common law relating to natural flow and non-natural flow of water. At the end of the day, the basis of it is a property owner cannot drain onto another property owner. So, to put artificial things in place, like whether it's a condo owner or an owner of a house, that's who's responsible for the drainage, for the water that comes off their property, point blank. It's no different than us as a city who owns a road and water hits the road and sheds off. We're responsible for the drainage that hits our property. So whenever there's a Drainage Act and there's an allocation of it, the road manager and anything that the city properties contribute to that, we're allocated those costs back. So, when we're looking at new developments or even a homeowner that's amended their property, they are ultimately responsible for how their drainage impacts their neighbor. To get the city involved between two private properties when we own no property is not what we should be doing. So when we look at a new development, they have engineers, they have other things that they do and they model it to say this is how it should work. If it doesn't work that way, then it's someone needs to prove that it's not working that way. and it goes back to the home, it goes back to the property owner. In this case, the property owner is a condominium corporation, but it could just be an individual house. So just to be clear, the safeguard is in common law in Ontario. And the rule is you cannot drain onto your neighbor's property. You must maintain, the flow of your property. Sometimes as a city, we provide sewers or ditch services, and that's where it goes into, and that's our responsibility. But our responsibility is not to guarantee, that something doesn't work, because that's between the two property owners at that point in time. And we have lots of situations, whether it's infill or whatever, the property owner amends stuff after we approve it. Someone puts in a pool and then regrades their thing. The city's not going to get in that. That's between the two owners. I see all kinds of situations where people put elevated gardens in, and it stops the flow of it, and they say, "Oh, something went wrong." That's not our thing. And there's literally 200 years of common law and lots of court cases out there that deal with drainage matters. And if the engineer screws up, then the engineer can get sued by the condo corporation. If the condo corporation screws up how the system that was designed appropriately is not working, then the condo corporation is responsible for it. The city should not be responsible to get involved in all these things, because all we're doing is exposing ourselves. Because if we do special things for this one, it's going to be the next one and the next one. So, I just want to caution council that there's a couple hundred years of common law court cases out there. There's a Drainage Act that's out there that applies. So, I think for development, we have to assume that the engineers are doing their job. We have to assume that that's there. And as Ms. Dolch says, there's a reasonableness factor to it. If Noah and the two animals are going on the ark because it's a massive storm, there's a reasonableness factor. There's going to be flooding, period. It doesn't, there is no one responsible for that. That's what happens. So, we can do whatever we have to make sure that the drainage design and that the responsibility is so that it, meets up to the standards. But after that, as council said, if you want to put a longer holding period on their, on their performance bonds on that, that's an appropriate measure. But I would just caution getting too involved in it, because, we have lots of property that drains onto other people's properties, and we own that same responsibility.
Thank you to the CAO. In theory, it all sounds wonderful, but in practice, when we have residents calling us that there's been a change, it's on us to try to help them. So I understand what you're saying, and sometimes hundreds of years of law sometimes need to be changed at some point. Sometimes we continue. I just want to find the best solution for our residents, that they're not having issues that they didn't have before. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Baldinelli.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Just a couple of questions based on the development that was on the north side of Willock Road. Is that also being drained towards Hunter's Drain? Somebody can comment on that?
Mr. Nicol?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Chippewa West is on the north side, it's Chippewa West subdivision.
Yeah.
It drains, ultimately, everything drains to the Welland River.
Yeah.
It drains through a series of stormwater management ponds for quality control,
Okay.
but there's no quantity controls due to the fact that it's located adjacent to the Welland River.
And so is Chippewa, through you, Mayor, is Chippewa still combined sewers throughout the whole area?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Chippewa has no combined sewers. We have some inflow and infiltration problems and a siphon that limits the capacity of the sanitary sewage.
Okay. And so with the collection of this, have we ever done any studies on the outflow on the Hunter's Drain into the Chippewa Creek or Welland River based on the development that was north of the Willock Road before and after? And if you have your oil separation, how does, I don't exactly understand how that works. How is it cleaned and how is it maintained, or is it natural? And then that outflow goes to the Welland River as well?
Yeah, through the mayor. I'll start with the, I may have forgot the first part because I was going on to the oil grit separator.
Before and after.
Yeah, the before and after studies. So the lands on the east side of Chippewa West subdivision are the Hunter's Drain. Right. The city owns the lands, so they were given to the city, registered to the city on title as part of the Chippewa West subdivision. We own the outlet for this proposed subdivision, and it goes through, north to south, parallel to Sodom Road. It crosses Man Street, and it continues to the Welland River. The Conservation Authority determines whether quantity controls are needed in those drainage courses. So they model the flow of stormwater as it travels, and if stormwater has this surge, they will require it to be held back and to be controlled so that the off-site shedding of water doesn't add to that surge. With the whole point is to spread the surge over a longer period of time. So the Conservation Authority makes that determination on controls to 5 or 10 or 100 years. In this case, they've determined through their modeling that there are no controls needed because it's a free-flowing outlet. Most of our urban drainage goes to the power canal, which is fantastic because you don't need to control it because there's lots of room for more water to go to the power canal. So in this case, we haven't studied it. The developers and the applicants have studied it through their engineers and through consultation with the Conservation Authority, who have the modeling done for the 100-year floodplain. So that's how those two agencies would come together and recommend to us what needs to be done to control the flow of water that's leaving the site. And as our CAO mentioned, they're only responsible for what's shedding off of their property. And we don't have to accept it as the downstream landowner, but we choose to because that's our business, is collecting stormwater in the drainage here. The oil grit separator is simply a device that goes inside a large manhole chamber, and it's a vortex where the solids settle out to the bottom, and the liquids, the stuff that's lighter than water, will float on the top and not pass through an orifice down lower that allows the rest of the flow to go through. So it needs to be designed for conveyance of certain flow rates, so a larger system for large types of developments, and it has a chamber on top that needs to be vacuumed out by a hydrovac machine every year.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions? I think you're good for now. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else other than the applicant, excuse me, who's here today, who wishes to address council? Okay, are you the applicant or? No. Okay, yes, come forward, please. If you'd like to state your name and your address, and then you've got up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Glenn White. I live at 4405 Willick Road. Excuse me, can I turn your microphone on there? It's just right in front of me. That's the line.
Oh, there we go. Oh, some staff.
Is that better?
Yep.
Yes. I am a neighbor of the gentleman there. I live a couple of doors away from him. And what he's saying is very valid about the water pooling, also at the cemetery. There was discussion about widening the road earlier on. How will that impact other properties going forward with the water? Will that also address the flooding that happens around this time every year or even before this time of the year? We are very concerned mostly with the water, because although we have some pumps on our property, some of us feel that once this development is in process and is happening, it won't be enough to stop the flooding, if flooding does occur. So at this present moment, what this gentleman said earlier, we are fully behind him, 100% in what he's saying. Because I'm a neighbor of his, and across the road from me, I can see significant amount of flooding happening on other properties, on the private properties that's in front of me. So if with this proposal of building this condominium, and council have said that it's up to the developer or whoever's going to build a condominium, it's going to be in their hands. Going down the road, who knows what this developer is going to say about flooding. And also with the widening of the road, how is that going to address the flooding with the construction of new roads and widening? And with the widening of the road, we also, at the present moment, the traffic, the speed, there is no regulations facing that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. White? No? Okay, nope, we're good. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Is there anyone else other than the applicant? Yes, you can step forward if you like to state your name and your address.
My name is Davis Forey. I'm at 4461 Willick Road. Everyone is talking about the water and flooding, but no one is addressing the snapping turtles and the frogs that's also in that area. That's what I'm concerned about.
Okay, thank you, that's noted. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, I'm assuming there's nobody else other than the applicant? Okay, and there's no, okay, so we're gonna move along here. Council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative. Would like to come forward? It's on.
I'm gonna raise the podium if I can, sorry.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. I'm Nicholas Godfrey. I'm a senior planner with Upper Canada Consultants, and I'm here on behalf of the landowner group. I'm going to present to you briefly about the combined zoning bylaw amendment and vacant land condominium application. So as Mackenzie mentioned, the subject lands are approximately 20 hectares in area, but we're only dealing with the northern portion that's within the urban boundary. It has approximately 380 meters of frontage along Willick Road, and the proposed development will only take place in 2.123 hectares of the entire lands. So from a policy perspective, the portion of the subject lands that are subject to development applications are located within the city's urban area boundary, designated residential and greenfield area in the city's official plan, and the remainder of the lands are outside of the urban boundary and designated good general agriculture. So a review of the historical development in this area illustrates the transformation of the area from a rural agricultural landscape to a fully built-out urban neighborhood. So you look at the first image on the left, 1965, it's predominantly agricultural, and the lots are organized into concession grids with only the north, south, and east-west roads functioning as farm access. By 2015, the urban edge has expanded and large-scale subdivisions have begun to expand and filling development to the north. And then by 2024, the residential fabric has consolidated and you have extended development directly across the street from these two sites. From the one site, subsequently to be two sites if approved. So the proposed street townhouses are consistent with this incremental transition that has occurred over the past several decades. The owners proposing to develop the subject lands as a vacant land condo containing street townhouse and block townhouse dwellings. Excuse me. So it'll be 78 in total, and the parking will be supplied a ratio of 1.25 parking spaces for a total of 105 spaces for 78 townhouses. We're also providing perimeter landscaping, and we're going to maintain the natural corridor that runs through the site. And you'll see a little later in this presentation, we're looking to enhance the corridor as well. So here's what the townhouses will look like. They're traditional in design. They have a complementary mix of bricks and siding, and the materials have been selected to provide variety and visual interest while breaking up the massing of the buildings. So they present like a traditional street townhouse or a traditional home along the frontage of Willick Road. So the site has been designed to prioritize a strong relationship with the public realm and achieves this by putting building facades directly against Willick Road and Sodom Road, which establishes a street edge. And this also provides continuous access points for each condo block and minimizes curb cuts and driveway accesses. So a lot of Willick Road has private driveways. This consolidates driveway access, egress, and access and egress into single points to minimize those conflict points. It also maintains conditions for continuous sidewalk environment along Willick Road. Driveways and garages are located to the rear, eliminating front yard parking and ensuring the streetscape is defined by architectural detail and landscaping rather than asphalt. So the overall layout achieves efficient residential density while respecting the existing neighborhood character through consistent setbacks and perimeter buffering at adjacent property interfaces, including the residential to the west, where we are proposing an amendment to the bylaw that will respect their privacy and minimize overlook. So the portion, and this is probably the part that everyone wants to talk about today, the portion of the lands that are currently affected by a floodplain environmentally regulated features, Hunter's Drain, are proposed to be maintain the environmental protection zone while also expanding it and expanding the naturalized restoration area that is currently mapped as a floodplain. Currently, this site operates largely as agricultural, and we will be bringing those lands into a naturalized restoration area. So the floodplain spills out from the corridor into that hatched area, and that is where we'll be naturalizing the site to provide additional ecological function. So the bylaw is required to bring the zoning into alignment with the official plan and to provide further protection for the environmental corridor. And the draft plan of condominium is here to provide tenureship for the residential units, private roadway, parking area, and sidewalks. So we also submitted an agricultural assessment, phase 1 to environmental site assessment, natural heritage constraint assessment, a functional servicing report, landscape plan, and tree preservation plan. These reports found that there are to be no negative impacts subject to the recommendations made in each of these reports. So, in summary, the development proposal seeks a zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of vacant land condominium to permit construction of 78 townhouse dwelling units. The proposed development balances accommodation of prescribed growth targets, improves housing choices, and is an efficient use of urban lands with access to municipal services. As the proposed plan is within the urban area, it is warranted and encouraged place for growth and development. And thank you for your time. And I sense there's a lot of burning questions, particularly related to stormwater management. So I am here and available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor, any questions that you have, Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To you, to Mr. Godfrey, thank you for your presentation. I just have a couple questions. On the presentation, it says 78 towns, 18 primary units, and 18 ADUs. It's on page 5. 18 and 18 is 36. How do we get to 78?
Sorry.
What am I missing?
Let's go back up here. This was on my presentation slide?
Page 5, yes.
Is there a way I can back up the slides? Where's the, I don't see the way to go back from here. You know, that might have been a typo. I'd like to just review it quickly, but, oh, sure, sorry.
Page 5. No, one more. No, the picture with 4 pictures of the, no, keep going, yeah, this one.
Oh.
78 towns, 18
Yeah,
primary.
thank you for catching that. That's a typo, and I apologize.
No
Yeah,
problem.
it's 78 townhouses. Might have been a copy-paste error in the
Okay, no
slide
problem.
presentation.
The reason why it jumped out at me, are there ADUs?
Not at this time. It's not a proposal for ADUs.
Okay, so that's why I wanted to talk about the parking, because the parking is at 1.25, and if you have ADUs, you need more parking, is that correct?
I can't recall the parking ratio for ADUs off the top of my head, but I believe we're supplying in excess of 1.25. So there's also the option to consider the garage spaces as parking. So those aren't factored into our parking ratio right now because the interior garage spaces have not been sized with the architect to provide parking. But that's another parking option. So if we, say it does expand into an ADU use, which is not the intent at this time, there is additional parking that can be incorporated through driveway parking, garage parking, and then on-site service parking for visitors.
Okay, thank you. Through the mayor to Ms. Dolch, could you please tell me what our parking rate for the ADU is? Is it 1?
Thank you, Worship. Through to the council, that's correct, 1.
So if there were 18 accessory dwellings, we would need another 18 parking spaces in addition to the 1.25.
Through the worship to the council, that's correct.
Okay. And at this time, the speaker said that there's no intentions for ADUs?
That's right.
And an ADU can be in the basement or within the home or in the backyard. Is there, are the setbacks, would that work for an ADU in the backyard, or would it have to be in the building?
Oh, these are not intended for detached. This would not be an ideal site for detached ADU. Because they're
so
narrower lots. There's that sensitivity at the back. Yeah, this is not, if there were an ADU, they'd be internal, probably like a basement ADU. But I just, again, want to emphasize, we were not intending to do ADUs in this development at this time. And I regret the typo in my slide, but I appreciate the question and baking in that certainty that in case plans do change, we do have the flexibility, but it would be interior ADUs in the building.
Okay, thank you. And just to work past that, if they are ADUs, they have to be built differently to have them as ADUs, or if you're going to make them ADUs later, you're going to have to change them and renovate them. There's different fire regulations.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
It's a different product as well. You have to market it differently.
Okay. And my second question is, on our report, there's a letter from RV Anderson Associates Limited, who is an engineering consultant. Why is this letter on, maybe Ms. Dolch can answer, why is this letter, who is RV Anderson in comparison to this? We have the applicant, we have our staff. Who is RV Anderson, and why did they give us this letter? Because it's very contradictory to the other information.
Okay, Mackenzie?
Through to the councillor. So RV Anderson is working in relation to Chippewa East development. Okay. And so they're the consultant that was retained to undertake that work. So actually it might be Chippewa West. I think it's Chippewa West actually, which would be on the west side of Sodom Road there. So they supplied those comments on behalf of the developer of those lands. Essentially, one of their concerns with respect being cost sharing, and we've reached out to them. UCC has provided a response. City staff are aware of it, and we've rendered those comments, not warranted in terms of having to address the cost sharing, considering that it's tying into an existing system. The Willock Road reconstruction is a development charge project, so there's not any cost sharing related components to the development.
Through the mayor to Ms. Cece, when I read the report, I got more out of it than cost sharing. It was that they didn't agree with the issues with the drainage. Do we have some concerns about that? Here's an engineer, we were just talking about professional engineers and we have to trust them. We have another engineer saying that there are issues. That's why I'm concerned about it.
Through to the councillor. So we, like I mentioned, we did provide this to Municipal Works Development Engineering staff, and they advised that there's no concerns with capacity. And when I brought up cost sharing, that was after some of our discussions. We've been going back and forth with them over the past couple of days, and that's what it's really boiled down to now. But the hydrant flow testing, everything that was mentioned in that letter has been addressed to the satisfaction of our development engineering staff. There aren't any concerns. Again, it's professionals that are commenting from different perspectives and positionalities. So,
thank you. And you, as the planning staff, are happy with Municipal Works. What was RV Anderson? Were they acceptable of the comments, or are they still feeling that there's some issues?
Through to the councillors. So we're satisfied with the review that development engineering staff completed. In terms of RV Anderson, so we were corresponding actually with the planner from DG Group who had submitted that letter through RV Anderson was retained by them to submit that letter. So we've been communicating with them. They proposed a condition and some discussions around cost sharing. We went back to them to say that there wasn't a basis for that, and we haven't heard back. So we're assuming that we've supplied them with the information required.
Okay, thank you. So they just commented on cost sharing. They didn't comment on any of the drainage issues or anything to do with that part of it?
Not following our discussions.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions of council? Okay, seeing none, the public meeting with respect to the proposed plan of vacant land condominium and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. What's the will of council? I like the decisiveness. Do you have questions that you feel you need to ask staff to help get you to a decision? Councillor Patel?
Yeah, yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for maybe Mr. CEO or Ms. Dolch. For a security hold, can we extend the security hold at least 3 to 5 years? Because most of the problems show up after a year or two. Because even when you had carry on warranty on a first-time home buyer, all the problems come after the first-year warranty is done, problems start showing. So here I think that soil takes 2 years to settle, and most of the problems will show after 2 years. So can we extend the security hold from 3 to 5 years?
Ms. Dolch?
Until performance is proven.
Thank you, Worship. Through to the councillor. That's not normal practice. What normally happens is obviously once construction is completed, we go out and do the inspections, determine whether or not they've done everything in accordance with the requirements, and then we would release the securities. But I am going to just pass it over to Mr. Nicol just in case, because if there's anything else he wanted to add. But I think generally it is a condominium in this case, so we would have a look at what they've proposed. Has it been constructed? And it would be difficult to put in some other parameter in place. The only thing I can think of is we could try a performance bond, but again, I think the question may go back, like, what are we performing just in terms of the flooding? And in that case, we have relied on the expert engineer to determine that it is adequate. Like I said originally, we're open to the fact that should the condominium block swales or other things that result in boundary flooding, we can deal with that through that. But other than that, I'm not sure what the performance bond would do. I would just be afraid we'd be holding their money without any reasoning behind it per se.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's that they have to do oil and grit separator. Lots of things has to perform properly with this for first 2 years for us to understand that everything's going smooth and there is no negative impact on neighboring properties. That's what my concern.
Thank you, Worship. Through to the councillor. So with regard to that standard infrastructure, oil and grit separators aren't new. They've been around for quite some time. I don't know, Mr. Nicol, how long maybe, but they're an engineered function that engineers use.
We have about 25 of them on our own city infrastructure. Gale Center, McBain, all of our properties would include oil grit separators to ensure we're not sending nasty stuff down the storm sewer.
Go ahead.
Just to that statement, do we have any oil grit separators on individual properties like this? You said we had about 25 on city property, but do we have any on private property?
Yeah, through the mayor, yes, there's, I'm not going to guess, there's got to be over 50, maybe hundreds, shopping plazas. Most commercial properties would have an oil grit separator.
Okay, thank you very much.
Council, any questions? Or, yes, Councillor Chariot.
Seems to be a bit of a pickle. The people that got up to speak tonight, I didn't hear them say they were against the development. They just want to, unless I'm wrong, not against the development, they want to make sure that their concerns are addressed and that this doesn't affect their property. So I don't know how we get to that point where we can make them feel comfortable that their concerns are addressed in order to vote for this, as opposed to seeing something on Willick Road that I didn't ever think I'd see on Willick Road because it's all farmland. But I think they're concerned about, their concerns are valid. How do we make them feel comfortable so that we can pass this? I know that our staff has dotted their I's, crossed their T's as far as the government goes, that it meets all the criteria of the province. It just doesn't seem like it makes the residents comfortable, so.
Well, I'd like to ask Ms. Dolch if a deferral is something we need to look at to get some comfort for concerns, or planning-wise, if that's even something in order or not, or if you'd give some advice.
Thank you, Worship. Obviously, you can consider a deferral, but the CEO and I were just talking. So if you wanted to do the performance bond, we could put that in place. It would be on the condo corp, the condo corporation in the end, and then it could I guess, solidify the works that the engineer put forward, saying that they would be appropriate. Obviously, we do have sign-off from a number of agencies, that's my concern, but we could kind of protect that for a couple of years if that's the will of council, if that works.
Councillor Carey, I'll come back to you since you... That's helpful. Well...
It's helpful that it's different money, different money where the mouth is still makes sense. It's kind of helpful that it will perform the way they are saying it will perform.
So it looks like we're kind of looking at three options. One is we deny it. Two is we approve it, but with conditions, potentially with a performance bond, and the third option is we defer it. So we have to decide, nobody's been, vehemently opposed to this, it's just the concerns of damage to property. So how do we move it forward? We're a pro-development council, how do we move it forward addressing concerns? Councillor Nieuwesteeg.
Mr. Mayor, if we could go back to the residents, because this is who we're here trying to
Well,
protect.
that part of the meeting's been
I know, that's why, but if we could even understand from them saying, yes, we would be happy with this, that we feel secure with this extension, then we're okay. It's just we don't want to affect them, and I think that's where we're in this pickle.
Yep, so we're gonna have to make a decision soon to help move this forward.
Okay, then-
Councillor Dabrowski.
If we do
sorry.
defer it,
Oh.
how soon will we come back to council
Yes.
with potential options?
If we did, Ms. Dolch, how long
sorry.
till we come back? Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship. My concern with deferring it, if we defer it, obviously we could sit and talk to the residents about their concerns, come back in probably a 2-month time frame. But my concern, I think, is this. The result that we may get, we have professionals, engineering professionals, as well as our own staff that have reviewed the designs, and we do have safe holds from both the NPCA, the region, on stormwater management in terms of details. So there's still a permit required from the NPC, still further work to be done. And I think all those agencies looking at this for flooding and stormwater management are all experts in those fields. So I just don't know, by delaying it, what we're going to give to the residents in that case. And I do want to say, I do understand their concerns. And when you look at any vacant field, you have pockets and dips and things like that in a field. It's never flat, never graded appropriately. So you're going to see water go where water goes. The difference is once a development site occurs, similar to probably prior to their houses being developed, there was probably pockets and dips and little water pockets everywhere. But now their property is appropriately graded to outlet to the creek or the drain behind them. So everything starts to work, and that's why they're not experiencing any water, because that's the way it's functioned, and the engineering is kind of controlling that. So we can defer it. I'm just not sure we're going to maybe satisfy, because again, the experts are saying that this is going to work.
And if I could add to this, not to put words in your mouth, but staff have recommended the proposal. So you're in favor of it, which means you're satisfied that there's enough things in place to deal with this. Councillor Baldinelli.
Just one quick question. I don't know, through the MOE or not, is there a possibility to enhance Hunter's drain somehow to make it more favorable for draining? I know that's not supposed to be touched, but making something better is always something good.
Go to Mr. Nickel, put him on the hot seat.
Yeah, thank you, through the mayor. As I mentioned earlier, the downstream portion of Hunter's Drain is owned by the city. It would be city tax dollars to improve that part of the drain to ensure it doesn't incur blockages or anything like that. It travels through some wooded areas. Upstream of this development, it's primarily farmland. As the CAO mentioned, the Drainage Act is the mechanism to deal with improvements. So if anyone needs drainage from us further downstream, they have to pay their fair share of improvements down the chain. So there are mechanisms to that, but my preference would be to avoid that for some fairly obvious reasons. We don't need to get ourselves into that type of level of regime of drainage. In this case, really, we can only hold that developer responsible for the water that's leaving their site. I can't hold them responsible for the water that's coming through their site upstream, and I can't hold them responsible for the water that already flows at the current rates through their property today downstream into our property. So that's what the engineers are looking at, ensuring that their development is not negatively impacting the situation. So if it's already a problem today and they are not adding to the problem, it's not up to them to fix that problem. It's up to somebody else if that's a problem. What they've done is they've designed to make sure that they're building outside of that 100-year floodplain. So their properties are not going to be impacted by significant flooding when it occurs. What happens downstream is our responsibility because we own the land downstream.
Okay, Councillor Chariot.
When was the last time we looked at Hunter's Drain Have we done an assessment on Hunter's Drain, like we have done on some of the others? No.
No, we haven't, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we're back where we started. Councillor Patel.
Mr. Mayor, we are really in a pickle right now because if we defer it, nothing new is going to come out of it from the deferral because there's nothing new warrant guarantees that staff can give us beside what they have already told us. And if it goes to OLT, none of this discussion here matters at OLT. They will just look at the staff approval and it will just go right through. So I would like to see what council thinks. I would like to see performance bond up for 3 years. That's the amendment I'll put in there with the recommendation, and I would like to move the motion to approve the recommendation with the amendment of 3 years performance bonds to make sure that everything is performing the way it's supposed to perform.
Let's first see if we have a seconder first, and then we'll, then our CAO will weigh in. Did you have an amount for the,
No, I think I'll keep it to Mrs.
for staff to come up with? Okay, well, maybe we'll hear the comment from our CAO and then see if we can get a seconder to that, Mr. CAO.
I was just going to, if through the mayor, if the councillor was appropriate, I would just say performance bond or other appropriate security.
Okay, are you comfortable with that, Ms. Tolch? Yes, okay, and our CAO obviously is. So yes, Councillor Lococo?
What would be the other appropriate security?
I'm not sure you'd be able to get a performance bond necessarily. An insurance company would have to, so it might be a cash security. That would be another appropriate security.
Councillor Chariot?
On the security bond, exactly what are we asking the security bond to do?
I would think, and that's what the difficulty is, I think we'd phrase it in a way that the drainage system proposed within the development operates effectively towards the spec for a period of 3 years or whatever council puts on it.
Okay, so we've got a motion by Councillor Patel. Okay, second by Councillor Carriel. All right, now we're getting somewhere. Do we have any discussion to the motion? Councillor Lococo?
Thank you. I think we're all wondering which way to go. I had a lot of concerns before I came in here. Some of them are addressed, some of them aren't. I'm always very cautious about proving any development in Chippewa because of the challenges that we're having, and then the south wastewater treatment
Niagara
plant.
South wastewater.
Niagara South. I'm always concerned about that, plus the issues that we're having now. And I don't feel if our infrastructure can't handle new development, I don't want to keep approving new development. So I'm always thinking about that. I do have concerns still about the Hunter's Drain. It's unfortunate that we haven't looked at the Hunter's Drain to know its reliability, effectiveness. I understand that we're trying to put some things in place that would make it better, and that the developer would have to be monitored for the 3 years to do that. I'm still at the point that I don't know if I can approve it. I know that we're talking about it could go to OLT, but in my mind, there's certain things that I think OLT would look at. Infrastructure, if there's an issue. It's environment. We look at the environment. I know people don't care about cutting trees down. I do. Some people don't. OLT won't look at that, but this is more about the environment. It's about waterways, it's about flooding, it's about drainage. I don't think I can approve it. I'll listen to everybody else, but that's sort of where I am right now.
And just remember, nobody individually is approving it, just you're voting right, well, for or against it. And as Councillor Patel pointed out, if it does go to OLT, staff are in favor of it. More than likely, you by voting against it, you could be just pushing it forward at the same time. Sometimes we feel better, but it doesn't move, it doesn't change the outcome. Councillor Nieuwesteeg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to ask if the Councillor Patel, if she would do a friendly amendment and add, to add to your motion, to have a traffic study as well. I know we've been so concentrated on the flooding, but traffic study I also heard very loud and clear. Would you be willing to add that to it? Okay? Did I do that right?
Yep, you did.
Okay.
So that's, you've asked that for a friendly amendment.
Okay.
For a traffic study to be added, and you've agreed to it. And does Councillor Carriot, does he agree to that? Okay, Councillor
Then
Carrio's
I
good
will-
to it?
then
Okay.
I'm okay to support it.
So does everybody understand? So the motion is to support staff's recommendation of an approval, but with a holdback, financial holdback, in case anything doesn't perform on the site as the engineers have suggested they will, and as well to include a traffic study to address the concerns of the residents. Although it's not required, it would be an added requirement based on for the approval.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to ask all the council if they have any other suggestion. Maybe we can.
Well, they know that already. We don't need to
Yeah.
ask them. That's why this is the time we're going to be voting on it in a sec. Councillor Baldinelli?
Just one thing on Hunter's Drain, like Councillor Carrio has indicated, shouldn't we have a kind of study if we're going to add more flow to the drain? Maybe we should take a look at it.
You can add that or suggest that as a friendly amendment, that Hunter Drain.
I know it's costly, but, I mean, we're
Well,
looking
no,
at
to
future
look at.
development.
No, it doesn't have to be. It can be included. I'm going to go to Mr. Nickel before we do that, though.
Yeah, I just want to be clear that just because the city hasn't done any hydraulic analysis of the drain doesn't mean that it hasn't been reviewed. As we found through this process, the Conservation Authority has done their floodplain mapping for their 100-year floodplain. So they've mapped through their models where the banks of a 100-year flood are going to be. We would only get involved if there's minor drainage blockages and things or some minor issues. And so typically we wouldn't do an assessment of something like this. We have Shriners Creek, same thing. It runs through northwest part of the city. We don't really do any analysis of that until it needs some type of maintenance. And we do some kind of a maintenance walkthrough. So I don't want our non-review to make it seem like we're not doing anything, but we're relying on other agencies. In this case, we're relying on their engineer and the Conservation Authority to have those conversations, because we've asked the question, is the outlet suitable for the drainage leaving the site? And they said, yes, it is suitable. They've done their due diligence, they've done their homework. So we can do another assessment, but I'm not sure it will conclude anything different than what the other experts have already
No,
determined.
that was a better explanation than the last one. That's helpful. Okay, so you've heard the motion. Yes, Councillor Lococo.
I want to go back to page 8 on the report. The region said that there was no wet weather capacity. And I know we talk about wet weather and dry weather, and I know that we talk about the NPCA, but if the region is saying there's no wet weather capacity, and we're hearing from the residents where the water is pooling and draining, if there's no wet weather capacity, isn't that a concern?
Well, we can ask who would address. Yes, Mr. Nickel?
Yeah, I want to be clear through the mayor, wet weather capacity is in the sanitary sewer system. So any pockets of surface water is not relative to the sanitary sewer system. The sanitary sewer system would be the conditions. There's 3 conditions that the region have applied in this, in the conditions of the condominium development. It's 55, 56, 57. One of them is to ensure there's allocation. 2 is to ensure that the siphon under the river is of adequate capacity at the time that the development's moving forward. Like I said, there might be a lag and others that have come in. The third thing is to monitor the actual sanitary sewage that is being collected on site before approval and assumption would take place. And if they are adding to a wet weather problem by allowing wet weather into the system, the city will rely on performance bonds or other situations, in this case, to not actually close out that condominium certificate so that it gets handed over. So we would retain the rights to make sure that they have to go back and tighten up their system to not add to that wet weather problem. So those mechanisms have already been established in the conditions of draft approval.
Yes, Councillor Patel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Nicol. So this is our drain, and for some reason, the flow gets restricted by something, and it causes damage. Are we responsible to pay for the damage?
Through the mayor, I think it's a complicated question to answer because there's so many different factors. The Noah's Ark example is a great point. What is the type of storm? What are our expectations? Right now, the floodline level of service is a 100-year flood. So we allow people to build foundations at the edges of, or have properties at the edges of the 100-year flood line. If it's a 200-year storm, properties will be underwater. It's no one's fault. Just we have to allow people to build at some point and pick that line in the sand. We've picked 100 years. So that's what we've chosen in this area here.
Okay, council, we have a motion to support the staff recommendation with the addition of some performance guarantee, up to 3 years. Minimum of 3 years, staff to negotiate. 3 to 5 years for staff to negotiate. And was there any other amendment? Pardon me? Oh, and that's right, thank you. And the traffic study to be done as well. Okay, so we've heard the motion, let's call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, with one opposed. That's approved with one opposed. So, folks, we appreciate you being here. There's gonna be more that staff are gonna do with the developer for the traffic. And also, there's gonna be money put aside for, as part of the approval. Should any of the engineering numbers not perform, there'll be ways to rectify it. So I want to thank you for coming out and being here today. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Clerk, Elvis Jr., where are we going to now? Aaron, oh yeah, Aaron Presley Jr. Okay, we're going back to 9.5. This is going to be Councillor Peter Angelo's one that he's going to weigh in on. This is 9.5 Mountain Road Landfill Post-Closure Plan. There are 4 recommendations from staff, and I'm going to open the floor to Councillor Peter Angelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I'm happy to move the report. I'm going to make
You want to do that and then speak?
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to move the report, Your Worship. I'm going to add a couple additions to it as well.
Okay, so motion by Councillor Peter Angelo, seconded by Councillor Strange, that we move the 4 recommendations, and there'll be some other additions. Okay, so it's on the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Your Worship. Yeah, I just want to talk about it for a couple of minutes. I mean, I think the landfill closed back in the 90s. And at that time, Paisley was the council person that went onto the steering committee to decide what was going to happen. And it was always going to be some type of passive recreation area. I don't think that thought really is anything new. I think we have a couple examples of that in the region. We can look at the Glen Ridge landfill that's right across from the region, actually, Your Worship, that you go to all the time. That's a passive park over there. I think they have one in Welland that has a dog park in it now as well. So closing landfills, utilizing them as passive parks has always been something that we've done, you know, across the province and elsewhere, I believe, in Canada. But back from the 90s until now, some other things have changed. I mean, one of the biggest things, Your Worship, is that the city now owns Fireman's Park. And then the other change that just happened recently is that City Council has decided that we don't want a cemetery over on the Mewburn lands that we own.
Yes.
So if you take a look at the lands that are directly south of the train track, so in between Mountain Road and the train track, and then you go from Mewburn all the way over to Dorchester, we now own or are going to be the stewards of all those lands. That's over 300 acres, Your Worship. It's a very large area. I mean, we have an opportunity really to turn it into one giant recreational facility that's somewhat broken up into 3 different parcels that have their own purpose. Fireman's Park is our social, it's our community-based park, beautiful natural area. It has the clubhouse, it has really nice washrooms, it has all the parking, it hosts Canada Day, it has the Easter egg hunt, it hosts a lot of different cultural community events. That's the place that people gather. And then you move over to the landfill area, and that's going to be, you know, enriched with trails. Hopefully at some day when the soil stops to or starts to settle a little bit more, you'd be able to have a lookout up at the top. But you can go up there right now, and you can see Toronto, and you can see all the surrounding areas. And then off to the right, Your Worship, we still own the lands that front onto Mewburn. And we have a lot of projects that are in our DC bylaw right now. And the DC bylaw, I think it has a cricket pitch in there. It has a north end skate park, as well as a BMX park. We're looking at putting a splash pad somewhere in the north end. I believe close to or at Fireman's Park. There's a lot of things that we have in our DC bylaw right now that aren't going to cost the taxpayers money, because those monies are going to come from development charges. And as the city grows, there's really an onus on us to do that, Your Worship. So one of the things that I'd like to add to the recommendations that we have in the report are that council does a site visit. And I think it'd be nice to take council out there and go to the very top of the landfill so that they can get a visual of the trails that were there, of the trails that are there and the opportunity that we have. I mean, it really would be a legacy project for this council to sort of enshrine over 300 acres in a recreational setting. And then the other thing I'd like to do, Your Worship, is I'd like staff to come back with a future report to look at including in the 2027 capital budget a master plan for the areas that are south of the railway, north of Mountain, in between Mewburn and Dorchester. And that would encompass the 300 or something odd acres, and there's got to be more than 300. Your Worship, there's a lot of opportunity. Like, we have a water line right now that goes down Mewburn Road. We don't have a sewer line, but I don't think we need a sewer line. We're going to be moving the pumping station that's on the corner of Mewburn and Mountain. We're going to be moving it across the street, so it's going to be going on the north side. It wouldn't be much to run a pipe just to where they park for the landfill right now. That could be your main parking lot. There's a lot of opportunity that we have, Your Worship. So I'm happy to move the report. I'd like to add a site visit and that future report come back to council in terms of a master plan going forward in 2027 for all of the lands in between the railway and Mountain Road and Mewburn and Dorchester.
So that's your...
Those are my two additions.
Okay, got it? Okay. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really thrilled to see this moving forward. Really thrilled to see this moving forward. You know, we're effectively turning a closed chapter with the landfill of our environmental history into an open invitation to our residents to get active. This is a classic win-win. The region handles the heavy lifting of the $1 million capital cost, and the city gains 160 acres of new recreational space for our residents. By taking on the maintenance, we ensure that this land serves our people rather than just sitting behind a chain link fence. You know, this site isn't by itself, it's right in the backyard of Fireman's Park. I see a massive opportunity here to expand our existing recreational footprint. We have seen the incredible success of disc golf at Fireman's Park. This new land provides the perfect back nine or a secondary course for the disc golf and requires minimal infrastructure and no deep footings. It's a perfect fit for landfill cap. By linking these two properties, we are creating a super park hub in the north end of the city. You know, this is a gateway to the Bruce Trail. We know our residents value our trail system. This plan includes walking and hiking paths, but the real prize is the proximity to the Bruce Trail. I want to see us work toward formalizing those connections that are already there, marking the trails that already exist and creating a seamless transition to the Bruce Trail makes Niagara Falls a premier destination for hikers and eco-tourists. It's about connectivity, linking our local neighborhoods to the provincial trail system through this beautiful new naturalized space. You know, the report mentions passive recreation, but we should keep our eyes on the horizon. While we have to be mindful of the landfill cap, I believe that there's potential for winter recreation like a ski or a tubing hill or a toboggan hill. Even, it's not in the phase one design, but by securing this land now, we keep the door open for creative winter uses that take advantage of the natural elevation of the site. Let's build the foundation now so we can explore those active uses in the future. Our strategic plan focuses on social sustainability, environmental health, converting 160 acres into a naturalized area with possibly bird watching vistas or trailhead plazas, hits every one of those marks. For an annual maintenance cost of $30,000, we are giving our citizens access to millions of dollars worth of open space. That is an incredible return on investment for the health and well-being of Niagara Falls. Opportunities to add 160 acres of parkland to a city don't come around often. I fully support endorsement of this plan and moving to the next stage. Let's get the design right, keep the momentum going, and turn Mountain Road into a crown jewel of our park system.
Beautiful. Thank you for that. Councillor Nieuwesteeg and Councillor Lococo.
I won't go on as long as these two, they've said pretty much everything, but to me, it's a park in the city. What a great gateway to our city that people are entering, and we can literally be a park in the city. Central Park has 843 acres. I know somebody wants to speak about that. This will be more than 1/3 of what Central Park is, and we understand the value Central Park has had to New York. So I think this is a fabulous, fabulous opportunity for us, and I thank everyone our predecessors who have been working so hard. I know this has been a big passion of Councillor Peter Angelo. He's been talking about and raving about it. I know Councillor Strange goes with them and they do their runs over there. So these two are really, and that's why they spoke so much about it, the leaders of this. And I just want to thank them for doing this and how grateful we are to have this.
Thank you for that. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we have a great opportunity here. I just want to look at some of the costs. I know right now it says $30,000 a year, and that's not very much at all, but there are some notations in there that might change the cost. So our level of service, it says the maintenance cost could be higher depending on what we're doing, cutting grass, keeping it open, floral gardens. A resident contacted me and suggested that we do naturalization of the park, so have areas that the grass doesn't get cut, wildflowers, so A, it doesn't cost as much, and B, it's more naturalized area, so maybe we can look at that. Not that $30,000 is a lot, but it just adds to it. It does say that, I wondered what would happen. We're talking about asset management plans for all of our capital. So the region is going to put up to $1 million in for the capital, which is great. At what point will we, the city, have to be putting money aside towards a capital asset management plan? Because that's what we're doing for all of our others. So are we going to start putting money aside for the replacement and the repairs for that $1 million asset?
Yeah.
Yep.
Through the
We'll
mayor.
get an answer. Yep, Mr.
Is that
in
funny?
the report, the financial section, the expectation is that the region will still own the asset, so it will form part of their asset management plan. To be clear, we're building gravel paths and treed areas, potentially a natural playground. So it's not a whole lot. There's a parking lot. That's probably the most significant aspect of it. But they have to maintain the leachate system, a parking and gravel area to get maintenance vehicles in there anyways. They need to maintain a road to the surface for any of their methane collection anyways. So we have zero asset management responsibilities other than the equipment we need to keep the garbages picked up and to maintain the grass around the perimeters.
Okay, that's good to know. So they're taking care of that once it's finished, so that's good. There was also a notation in there that it said it didn't include the design contract and inspections. That could be another $150,000. Is that still accurate at this point?
Yeah, through the mayor. I think the councillor's referring to an old report from a few years ago. I could be wrong, but if you want to point me in the direction of that comment.
It's after page 15, because that's the next note that I have. It's after page 15. It says it does not include detail. I didn't look at another report, so it has to be on this one. Does not include detailed design, contract admin, and inspection, another $150,000.
Yeah, so just to be to make it clear, there's the report in front of you today is a 4-page report. Everything else is appendix. So that comment is an old comment from an earlier plan where we thought we would need to hire somebody and do these plans. The region has done that already, and they're prepared to move it forward at no cost to the city.
Okay, great. That clears that up. So I talked about naturalization. Oh, one of the other thing is you talked about gravel and making things permeable, that we don't have asphalt paths, making everything naturalized so the water flows down where it's supposed to, if we could look at all of that. But it is a good opportunity. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Strange.
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we want to keep this as natural as possible. We want to keep it the way it is. You know, these disc golfers want to, there's not much for them to do, just form the holes. And, you know, these trails are already there. You know, we talked about in the recreation meeting, you know, marking these trails and getting on the trail apps. And we know all the trails. You know, having the Child's Memorial garden there, and we can actually spin off that by having these butterfly trails in different colors and join these trails all the way to the Bruce Trail. And talk about ecotourism, people coming and just coming down the Bruce Trail to going towards that, and adding this is just going to be a jewel. And there's a chance, we can use some MAT tax money or whatever for ecotourism. This is what it's all about. This is what we want. To have a big something centralized like this, a huge park in the middle of our city is amazing. It's a gem.
Yes,
I forgot one thing. About settling, when a waste landfill, things need to settle, and I know it said that it can't be it's got to be active recreation, that we can't be doing a lot of heavy recreational activities on it. How long has it been sitting, and how long do we have to wait before we could ever look at something like that? Because if we start putting trails and things start settling down, are we going to have some issues?
Well, it's been more than 30 years, and it's continually settling. They keep topping it up. They're constantly bringing dirt up there. Mr. Nicol could probably answer it better.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The challenge is we don't know how it was filled 60, 70 years ago. It closed, I think, in 99. Since then, they've added soil as cover and disposed of excess soils where it was suitable because it had a remaining capacity available. So that was just in the last few years. So everything that's been placed recently has been soil and it's been compacted properly. But we really can't predict it. There won't be any catastrophic type of settlements. That would have already happened. But we'll just see some minor settlements, some undulations that may occur over time. And that's where using naturalized materials like stone pathways are great because you can just top it up and move on. The pathways that are already there today will be, as Councillor Strange said, we'll be expanding on those and using those as the main trailways. So if they've been rather well formed and been performing well, then they should continue to perform well in the future.
Great. One last question. Will the region continue to top things up, or are they finished and done with that?
Yeah, through the mayor, the only situation I believe where the region would do that is where the Ministry of Environment requires it under their closure plan. There's two files that are filed with the ministry. One is the landfill related closure plan. That's all the landfill matters, and they have obligations under the Ministry of Environment under that plan. So some part of the landfill requires that type of maintenance. I would say it's a pretty major issue. Let's say there's a leachate system that's collapsed. Yeah, they'll need to go in and fix that. But any other types of settlements would just be naturalized settlements.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Patel and Baldinelli.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's interesting, the council is excited about the landfill site. We're all excited what's going to happen at the landfill site. So it's kind of exciting what's going to happen there. My question is for Mr. Nicol is, on the top of at the summit, at the top of the hill, is there a plan to plant trees? I know it's not stable enough to put any viewing deck up there or something, but are we planning to keep it open so people can have perfect view of Niagara skyline and maybe Toronto skyline if they're looking at it?
Yeah, through the mayor, the plan is to keep it relatively open. There'll be some bird watching and some forestation areas along the banks and some areas where there might be pockets, but primarily the summit, if you want to call it that, will be just open and more or less like it is today.
Question through you, Mr. Mayor, is basic amenity. How about the washroom? Will there be porta potties, or are we planning to put a permanent washroom there?
Yeah, through the mayor, I'm just looking at the plans. I don't believe that was part of the first phase. If we're looking at a master planned approach to adding additional recreation amenities, it would make sense to consider a washroom facility where we already have a pumping station and where people will be congregating and accessing the park. So it's something that we'll take away as a future potential.
Councillor Baldwin.
Thank you, through your mayor. I agree 100%. This is a great opportunity, just like Councillor Pietrangelo and Councillor Strange had mentioned, and obviously all council. I just had a quick question because I've grown up here and played and toboggan down and fished. How, Mr. Pietrangelo may know how to do this, Councillor, how far north does it actually go? Like towards Warner Road, is it? Or does it go around towards that horse stable, like where the pond is? Does it go across the tracks? Is that any part of it as well? Is anyone sure? I know that you said that big area.
I think right now we're talking about the lands that are south of the train track.
Right.
So there is a portion of Fireman's Park that is north of the train track. That's like the lower park.
Yeah.
The one that has the fish pond.
It's
that
being
you mentioned.
revitalized right now.
Yeah, but that's like the lower park. I think right now we're only talking about the lands that are to the south of that or south of the train track.
Right.
In
Well, the
between
whole
the train
development.
track and Mountain Road.
The whole thing will be part of the whole development, right? Part of the whole parking system, the whole Fireman's Park system?
Well, I think
Even
right
with
now-
the addition of the 2 parcels?
Well, I think right now we're just talking about the 3 lands that kind of join each other that are south of the train tracks.
Do we know how far down, that actually goes past the pond? Just curiosity.
Yeah, through the mayor, I may need some clarification, which access you're talking about.
You know where the pond is, right down here, where they're just redoing the pond?
Yeah.
This is the Fireman Park area right here, and the dump area. This part right here I'm talking about.
Yeah, I can see. So Dorchester Road terminates at the
Bottom of it.
northerly limits of Fireman's Park.
Right.
And it's, the end of our municipal road, and Fireman's Park ends, and then it comes back to, the ownership comes back to the south side of the tracks at the landfill proper.
Okay. And thank you very much. And Mr. Councilor Peter Hansen, do you know if there's a trail that continues down by the waterway and towards Queenston? You said it, like, is that along the, okay. It'll be a great opportunity. I think it's fantastic. Thank you.
All right, yes.
Sorry, I don't want to
For a
down.
5th time?
Sorry, I'm very excited. This is probably one of the best items that's come up on my the third term of council. I'm so excited about this.
Yeah, I see
And this
that.
is something I think all of council and staff should be proud of, because, Councilor Peter Adams has been trying to do this for years and years and years and try to steward this. And we're all going to have a chance to do that. And I'm really excited for the next years and years to come to what's going to happen there with the disc golf and hiking and everything. It's awesome. It's going to bring so many people and add these to our trail apps and that. I'm so excited about this. It's just really, really amazing. So happy about it.
Mount Peter Angelo.
There you go.
We also have, before we call the vote, we do have a presentation, I believe, from the gallery. Eris, you've got up to 5 minutes to share your PowerPoints.
Thank you, Council. Thank you. I really appreciate what has been said. I came here to make a plea with you. Let's build Niagara Falls Central Park, and you already on it. I want to, at the bottom of my heart, thank you for that visionary speak has been given. I also want to thank you for establishing municipal accommodation tax. Thanks particularly to my Councillor Strange and Councillor Baldinelli, who went out there, who've done the research to look through it. I remember that meeting exactly. It is so important to have source of funding for events. And I want to also, Your Worship, thank you for Destination Niagara Falls and the surge in the work they've done to establishing Expanding Airport, QW, and the GO Train. And as you know, the reason I bring that to your attention, as you know, I've been involved in running festivals in the communities, and we will be coming to you about Ukrainian Family Festival. And I wanted to make a case, but my case was made by ISKCON group, that I've never met them, but we went outside, and I told them, introduced myself, we're going to help them out, because that's what we do. We share the experiences so other groups, they can grow, and they can bring amazing experiences, and bring those agritourism to our city. I wanted to make a case to you. They made the case for me. At the same time, I want to give a shout out to the staff who are doing an amazing job of Canada Day. Now, let's go to the issue at hand. Let's do a site visit right now. I know there was a motion. This is the site, this is the hill. And I took this picture 2 years ago. Let's just pause for a moment to see how breathtaking it is. That's my oasis. I walked and hiked on that entire of those 3 parcels of land. I know it like the back of my hand. It's truly beautiful. When you go on the top, you could see as far as Toronto. This skyline is amazing. Thank you for your vision. I came here to make a case with you, but I guess you know it better than I do. And let me give you some case scenarios that has been said. I promise you, staff have done an amazing job in creating those layouts. You will see in few years, shortly once this has been established, young entrepreneur will come to you and says, I'm a yoga instructor. I want to do Sunday sunrise yoga on top of that hill. Amazing Eileen and Zumba ladies, they will be doing events over there. We talk about agritourism. As I said, you cannot have a major events. Events grow slowly. By having a hill like that, creates a lot of opportunities. Let's think about a young promoter, young producer who's going to start to say, you know what, we are going to do a rave. You could throw one hell of a small rave for 100 people, 200 people on top of there. You establish yourself, and you build a group, and in a couple of years, you go tell them, look, listen, everybody, we've been doing this for every month, for example, or every now and then. How about we create a music festival out of it? So potentials are absolutely exist to be able to truly create this, not just a place, an oasis for the next century. Let me actually just pause for a second and thank the volunteer firefighters who, for the last century, have been taking care of that site. And it is our turn to create a Niagara Falls Central Park for the next generation to come. I do have hope and dreams, and I'm glad that we are all on the same page. And the potential absolutely exists. Think about 20,000, 30,000 music festival, cultural festivals, and think about dollars that will come to our city about that one. Potential absolutely exists. What we need to do, creating the infrastructure. Once the infrastructure is there, businesses will come, entrepreneurs will come. I do have some comment as someone who's involved in running events, and I know the site very well. I was wondering, as you can see, there is parking lot proposed, which is absolutely amazing. But I was wondering if, as part of this plan, that site, the ground smoothing could expand so we could have a little bit of a more flat area that we could work. I can tell you that could really help. And finally, the biggest problem that we have is the shortage of parking. Parking is the limiting factor that could help this site from a small medium-sized festivals to large festival, and you've seen that for Canada Day. My recommendation is that if this council could engage in Hydro One, that 600 meters south of there, there's a hydro corridor. There is already existing trail over there, so it's a gravel trail. If we could engage with Hydro One, lease that land for overflow parking lot, so that Amazing Canada Day, we don't have a parking problem. With that being said, I want to thank the vision. I had some points, but I think right now we are talking about big picture. Let's keep it on the big picture, and I agree. Let's build Niagara Falls Central Park for the next generation. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. Eris, any questions of council for Eris? Yeah, Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Eris. You're involved in lots of festivals throughout the cities, and you're involved in lots of events, not just festivals, lots of events. How do you see these three sites playing a big role in there?
Sure. When it comes to festivals, you have three categories of festivals. First, grassroots, you just saw this. They will come, start small, and they grow. Just look at the Comic-Con in our city. Started as small, now June 5th and 7th, amazing event. Now they're expanding it horizontally by adding other things to it. Small, and what I love about the Fireman's Park is a turnkey solution. If you want to do a festival in there, everything is there. You don't need to bring any rental of a stage, for example. So that's great. The second one is corporate events. They have a corporate money, big money behind them. Those are turn to be more established, so they are looking at opportunities. And the third category would be existing events out there. Just look at the Robotic Canada, that we all met them this past weekend. Up to a week ago, I had no idea who these people were. And 100 teams, 5,000, generally 5,000 people, because a lot of time festivals exaggerate, but they have well-established, and I met with them, we had a little bit of conversation with them, we tell them we are going to help you as people who know the city, and you know your festival, so we could help you to make Niagara Falls your permanent establishment. So three categories: grassroots, corporate, and existing events. Once we establish this event, that venue, the vision, it really helps for smaller festivals and different kind of festivals. Different kind of, I'll give you some examples how the top of the hill could be used for, I know I've talked to some of you guys behind the scene, and I talked to Niagara Health Foundation. I've done fundraiser for hospitals. That side, that beautiful scenery, it would be amazing, gorgeous. And one of the reasons I took this picture, as a matter of fact, was that I want to showcase that we could have a fundraiser for our hospital, use the Fireman's Park as base, and then people going around that beautiful scenery and hike, and we raise that money. So there's a lot of potentials. Once we build it, teams and festivals, we can never heard of them, they will show up. They say, we want to use this massive venue that you have for our festivals. And brings the dollars to our city, obviously.
Thank you very much. All right, well, thank you very much for the presentation, Harris.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So now we've got the motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Strange, which is staff recommendations plus the 2 additional. Is that right, Councillor Pietrangelo? We've got that straight? Okay. 2 additions. Okay, we'll call the vote then. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. 9.6, artificial intelligence building and zoning. There's a recommendation moved by Councillor Patel, seconded by Councillor Lococo. And
I'll second it, but I had a couple questions.
yep, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was wondering, I know that this is a different type of procurement, and it says that it's a modified procurement that allows negotiation, evaluation, technical, and I can understand that. And that it also says that it's, that we don't have to, rather than advertise competitive bids. So are we posting a request for information? Like, how is this? Is everybody going to know about it and then they come back and we do negotiation? Or is it a sole source? That's where I have the question.
Okay, well, Ms. Darlington, or Ms. Dolch, or whoever. One of the two.
Through the Mayor to Councillor Lococo, great questions. The purchasing policy allows a modified procurement, and in this case, the technology is so new with AI. We look to our partner municipalities. For example, the City of Burlington issued a request for information that led to direct negotiations. There's very limited vendors in the marketplace right now. The Planning and Building Department has done some marketplace research, and we will reach out to those vendors that can meet the needs of the city, and then we'll use negotiation. You'll note in the report as well that there is or may be a cooperative initiative available to us, and we'll need to sort through that.
Thank you. So just so I understand, we're not posting it out there, we're going to certain vendors to do some negotiation, evaluation of the product and see what's best for us. So it's not really sole source, it's just we're going out and finding the best people for the project.
Through the Mayor, that is overall what's happening here.
Okay. And I'm just thinking about transparency. Is there a way that we can be more transparent about that piece, about who we're going to?
Through the Mayor, our suggestion as we frame it up as a modified procurement is we can provide a notice for interested parties to contact the city and frame it up sort of as a disclosure. It's disclosed publicly in this report as well. I feel that the staff have done their due diligence because we have consulted with other municipalities who have gone out for a more robust request for information and how they led to their negotiation process. So I think we're in the right space.
Great. I really like the idea of the notice because that's very transparent. Thank you.
Okay, yes, Councillor Nieuwesteeg?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure who, to Ms. Darlington, is that who?
Yes.
It said it's $1 million licensing fee for a year. What is the licensing fee for year 2, 3? Oh, Dolch, okay.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. So it does vary depending on the provider that we do select. The costing can be different. So right now, we're just estimating the cost for licensing at one general price that we did receive, but we're getting other pricing.
But we don't know what it is.
So again, this is what we estimated as part of budget process, but in the end, when we procure it, it could be lower, higher. Again, we'll know those costs for year 2, 3, 4 once we decide on a provider. We've estimated those costs as part of the budget for year 1.
Okay, just so I understand, so we approve this, and we're approving $1 million, but year 2 or year 3 could be 2 or 3 million. Are we locked in then?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. So we approved in capital budget in 2026 this recommendation. In years 2 and 3, we will, the implementation wouldn't be more than we have planned for implementation in year 1.
Okay, I guess but once we have it, then we got to keep going. So, but we don't know what it's going to look like.
Through the worship.
Jason, do you want to?
Yeah, and again, it's based on, so you have implementation and then you have licensing, and the licensing fee is what will come out of the implementation. So in order to implement the software, you have a number of factors that go into that. And you see the list there. There's staffing, other things, in implementation. And the software provider provides that implementation, so they have their own staffing costs, their own training costs for our staff, all the things that go into implementation, and then there's the licensing component. The licensing component will be what we'll have to pay year to year, and it's a fee-based system.
And what happens if we don't pay this $1 million and we don't implement this?
And we'll have it through the councillor, through the mayor to the councillor, and we'll have options as we go forward. Obviously, for year 2 and 3, we can put the costs onto the user. That's an option. The licensing fee onto the user. So there's a per rate cost per review. We can put that on the user, or we can provide. Should you not approve any additional budget in years 2 and 3, we can just put it right to the user.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so that's going to increase, again, the cost of building because now permits and everything else will go up.
Through the worship to the councillor. That's, again, it's not going to increase nor decrease. So as your permits rise, so my thought is this, as Destination Niagara comes on and we need more and more staff to be added to our complement in order to pick up the work that's going to come from Destination Niagara, we would have AI to kind of do that initial review, which would lower the requirements of staff. Staff still have to review it. This whole AI process is human in the loop, so what happens is AI does the review. We review the plans still. It just lessens the time we spend on each plan, which allows for a faster turnaround, all the other things that we're trying to achieve to make building faster. And if you ask developers, the biggest issue isn't the cost of the building permits, it's the time they spend. Because every amount of time we spend to review a permit is cost that they're not actually moving ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so how do we have a metric as to how much time we're going to save and what that cost would look like to the builder?
Through the worship to the councillor. So it depends on the software, obviously, and how it works. But again, it can turn around so a check, as you submit a building permit, for example, all the requirements that you have to submit, the AI would be able to turn that around in about 3 seconds. They'll be able to say X, X,
there's
X.
no delay, basically.
But again, what we're going to be providing to the customer is that they can check their plans before even submitting, so they know where they're kind of going wrong. It still requires human in the loop, like I said, and then when the review happens, the actual review of the building permits, the review is going to be checked again by AI quickly, and then the staff will review. And a great example is, AI can't catch everything. So for example, in a closet, so say you have a walk-in closet, and you want to have a walk-in closet 16 by 9 feet. Well, in accordance with the building code, you need a window because the room is larger than what's permitted. Obviously, a human needs to look at that and say, no, it's a walk-in closet. We're not going to kick it back to them and say, well, windows required. But that's, you do have the benefit of AI to do it a bit faster, but you still have to have human eyes on it to understand the nuances of the building code and the exceptions to the rules. So again, the AI will turn that drawing around depending on the provider. Some say 24 hours, others say 3 hours to do a whole drawing set review. So it depends on the provider on the time turnaround, but in the end, it's a lot faster than what we would be able to do as humans at this point in time.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. I'm going to come back to you. You've already spoken on this, Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have the exact same question what Councilor Nieuwesteeg asked actually during our budget deliberation. That's why I put amendment in to defer this project, but it wasn't supported. So here we are, it was approved in capital budget. My question for Ms. Dolce is, this is the entire cost for implementation of the program. Licensing will not be $1 million every year, right?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to the councillor. No, the $1 million obviously includes everything, staffing. So we did put in the budget, obviously, for a staff member in zoning and a staff person in building and in IT staffing. So all that is included in that $1 million cost. So the cost, again, depending on the provider. So I can't go into details about the costing. Obviously, we have to, still negotiate and talk to providers, but that cost of $1 million is for a number of things.
Mr. Mayor, another question through you, Mr. Mayor. I think in the capital budget, you said we were going to go in partnership with St. Catharines with this program. Are we still doing the same thing?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So we are still working with St. Catharines. St. Catharines may not launch this year in 2026, but they may launch in the future. But we are still kind of working alongside them.
Thank you. So they might not implement in the future this year, but maybe next year. Will they still come on board eventually?
Through the worship to the councillor. So these.
Not sure, right?
No. So they do want to continue on with us. Obviously, talk about implementation, how we're doing it, learn from us. That's about all I can say at this point in time.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any other, Councillor Strange? I'm going to come back to you, Councillor, because you've spoken once. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there any other municipalities that are using this software that we could benchmark off to find out actually what the agreements are and how much they're going year to year to year, and can we get that back to us? I just feel, kind of like, okay, let's approve this, but we have no idea how much it's going to cost next year. There's got to be some way that we can find out, like a roundabout figure, what it's going to cost year to year to year going forward.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So there are other municipalities. Again, it depends on the provider that you use.
Yeah.
Depending on the provider, the rates differ quite substantially.
Well, could we, from this provider or whatever provider we're going with, can we get some examples or some estimations back the following year once we get the agreement and said what are the costs coming forward? I'd hate to just say, okay, and it's going to cost $500,000 or whatever it is.
So we're going to get a little bit of an answer from us here.
Council's concerned. We're in negotiation. There has been presentations to us. We have market issues that we can't openly talk about each one's references. The approval is for us to go do the formal market analysis, and we'll bring that back in camera so that council will know what they're paying for. We had a high-level budget that's there, but because of our research, we know the pricing difference, but we are trying to do a more formal application of that, and then once that comes back in, council will know that. We are not, trust me, I'm not going to go invest into a piece of software that I'm not going to recover my money on. So the whole intent is that, A, the users would pay for this because it's part of the billing permit fee costing. Our builders are asking for quicker turnaround, and we'll look for the one that we think can be there. There are numerous examples of AI being used. Calgary, Burlington up the street is using it. There's a number of other ones, and there's different, and in the US there's different ones. So we're in the exploratory stage. The intent here is not to have a formal RFP, but to go out with a notice to the ones we've already examined, and and then enter in those formal negotiations so that we can come back with actual hard numbers on that. So I think the best thing here is to, authorize it. And if you want, we can change it. If council's concerned about that, is that that council direct the chief administrator, general manager of services to approve the final negotiated contract. You could either set that, or you can amend that to say to bring it back to council, but it'll have to be in camera for competitive reasons. So, like I said, we feel comfortable based upon our preliminary ones, but we need to have formal submissions done. But if council's concerned about the delegated authority, my suggestion is just have us bring it back to council. We are just concerned about lame duck, depending on when we can get the final information.
Okay. So we're happy with this provider that we're talking about? And
We haven't finalized on
We
a
haven't
provider.
finalized.
We've evaluated a few and like I said, we've been in discussions with both St. Catharines and both St. Catharines. Actually, this has started a long time ago when the region as a whole, all the local municipalities were looking at it, but because of volumes, some municipalities dropped out. And then St. Catharines and Welland and Niagara Falls are still looking at it because we have higher volumes of plans. So we haven't selected one at this point in time. That's the intent of this, is for us to go out on a modified procurement basis to get to that final selection process. But we can bring the contract, the final details back
that's good.
to council. So
That's-
you can just amend number 3,
Okay.
right?
So, and then I guess just.
3 and 4.
Staff will be learning about this whole thing, because it's gonna be new to everybody, right, I guess? Because I'm just, concerned if AI, because how it works, if AI misses a zoning violation or a building code safety issue, like, who is liable? Like, we look over that, or is the provider liable, or is the city liable?
The biggest challenge that we have with with building right now is that a lot of the drawings that we get are subpar. We've had this discussion with the developers and with the builders. They send us stuff that's clearly out of code. Our guys have to go mark it up, do deficiency letters back. Then their guys coming back, and a set of drawings go back and forth 3 or 4 times. And we charge the fee, but our costs are actually significantly higher because of the poor work product that's being delivered to the city. Not just our city, other cities too. So with AI, they can clean up their work product before it comes to us. And then we don't, our guys aren't dealing with basic building code violations that, you can't have this within so many feet of that.
So it's clean right away.
It's
not
cleaner
going
right
back
away
and forth,
before it goes
back
to
and
the
forth,
human.
back and
That's
forth.
right.
And it's gonna speed up the process. and
Going
obviously
to
save-
speed up the process, and it also has a consistency. If other municipalities so if St. Catharines and us, for example, do this and we implement the same interpretation of the code, you don't have the issue where builders say, well, this was accepted in St. Catharines, but it wasn't accepted by our, we have to agree on a common interpretation. In fact, the province is actually starting to look at a common interpretation across the province, but we can't wait for them. That will likely take years and years. But this will allow us to have an interpretation, and the AI is consistent. That being said, the AI will actually circle things on the drawings that say a human needs to look at this. They won't even comment on it. Or as Ms. Dolch has said, even though it's an initial scan, it's an initial scan. A human has to sign off on it with the interpretations, and there are interpretations that would have to be made.
Okay, we've had enough discussion on this now.
Yep.
So this is gonna come back to us.
Yep.
We're gonna change the amendments.
Okay.
Did you have a further question, Councillor Lococo?
It was more of a statement. I looked at this report as the procurement process. I know this was in the budget before, and I didn't support it at that time because of the cost and, AI, do we go with it or do we not? So I thought this was just a procurement discussion, not specifically about costing for next year or the year after. But if a report's going to come back, that's going to be great. Thank you.
So then what I'm gonna suggest is, we've got who made the motion? Did we? I can't recall. Councillor Patel, and second by Councillor Lococo. And then the suggestion that we go with 1 and 2 and just remove 4 and change 3 to add in that it come back to council in camera for a council decision. Okay, we're good with that? Okay, let's call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you for that. So now we go to consent agenda. Did anyone want anything lifted? Yes, Councillor Lococo?
Sorry, I'd like 10.1, 10.3, 10.4, and 10.5. They'll be quick.
So all of them, except for 10.2. Okay, so let's do one at a time then. 10.1?
Okay, 10.1 was the social media. Thank you very much for staff for bringing it. My concern when I brought it up was about the security. I didn't feel that my question about security was really answered in the report. It gave our platforms, how well they're doing, which ones are doing better. It's all good, but it didn't really answer my question about security.
About security, okay. I don't know if Ms. Darlington, if you wanted to. No. Is he, Mr. Hetherington, are you online?
Unless this report came back from another motion, but my motion was specifically about X and security issues and.
Is he online?
There's risks associated too, but this, under operational implications, risk assessment.
Yeah, I'm online.
Okay, Mr. Etherington, did you hear the question, or do you need it repeated?
No, I heard it. So I think it was outlined in the report that she's worried about security. So we're talking about security of our internal accounts only. So we only have a couple of corporate accounts. All our corporate accounts are secured with the same security you do for logins, with multi-factor authentication and all the proper authentication methods. So they're not a security risk. The data is stored in the U.S. I mean, it's not great, but it's not like the issue with TikTok where it was stored in China. So from the IT perspective, we don't have any real concerns. I mean, we only have a couple corporate accounts for X, and they are secured properly like all our other systems.
Okay, thank you. When I read that 3-bullet paragraph, I didn't think that it gave me as much information as I wanted on security. It was very basic, so that's why I wasn't sure if this report was specifically about my security issues. I read that, but I didn't think it was enough. I guess if there's not an issue, I guess there's not an issue.
So, Dave, you're suggesting that we're in pretty good shape on the social media protection?
100%. All our social accounts, and there's only a couple of each platform that are the certified ones the city uses, and they're all put through the same rigorous security protocols as everything else we do.
Okay, I'm fine with that. Thank you. 10.3 was the Canada-Ontario partnerships. I guess my question is, if the province wants us to remove the development charges and that there's going to be funding over the next 10 years, which I'm not sure how a government can give you funding for 10 years because we don't know if they're going to be here or not. So how does that 10 years work? And then my next question is sorry, I had something else here. If they're reducing the development charges, the 10 years, and then, oh, here it is.
No, this is just to receive the report. Like,
Yeah, I know, but I have a question on it because it is important. If we are, and I've heard that we're looking at reducing development charges anyway. I've heard that said around this horseshoe. So I want to know how does it work with 10 years in the government? But my other question is, if we reduce the development charges, what other costs are we going to be responsible for, and what type of funding will we get? Like, they're saying that they're going to give you funding, but if we lose, there was anywhere from 2 million up to 10 million, I know that was part of the hospital in the last 5 years. If we don't get that development charges and they give us funding, we lose to, what do we get? 500,000? Do we get 4? Do we have any ideas? I just wanted to know.
Can I ask our CAO to weigh in?
Yeah, through the mayor, the program's not designed yet. AMO, I was on a call with AMO, and AMO has been one of the organizations that has been tapped to help the federal and provincial government mold this program. So to answer the first question, how can the government give out money over 10 years? It's because they would do that because it's for specific capital projects. So you have to apply on a project basis, and they would just fund it for 10 years, no different than us borrowing money for on a 20-year debenture. So that's how they would do it. Some municipalities have challenges with that because they're going to give up a fair amount of upfront money and then have this money drag in over 10 years. As far as, do you have any guarantees? That's one of the issues that some of the municipalities are also noting to the government. Is, are you willing to give up, bird in hand versus two in the bush concept? So, some of the suggestions that are being proposed is that only if they're approved for a project would then a municipality then enter into an agreement to reduce it, not reduce it in advance of it. So we'll see how the program is developed, over the next couple of months, because right now it's just a political speech, and there's no meat on the bone at this point in time.
Okay, I look forward to further details. 10.4, the stormwater management. I was concerned in there some of the wording. I did speak with Mr. Nicol about some of the things, but some of the wording in there, overall most stormwater ponds demonstrate effective pollutant. The overall most was what was concerning. And then the other one, most showed improved dissolved oxygen levels. So that's what sort of drew my attention to these. And then consistent multiple sources, fertilizer use, agricultural drainage, potential stormwater function. So I talked to Mr. Nickel and said, well, what can we do if we know that these issues are there, specifically on Thompson Drain? So he connected with someone else. I'm sorry, I can't remember the name, Eric.
We have Santosh, our compliance officer, and I have Jessica on the call today if there's any more questions.
Okay, I don't have any more questions, but I was glad that Santosh said that we're going to add 2 targeted sample locations. He gave me a map where there's 2 areas near the Thompson Creek that we can start sampling more to figure out where it's coming, why it's there, and is there anything that we can do. So I'm glad that we're doing that. There were some residents that called me and are very concerned about Thompson Creek, so they wanted us to look into it a little bit more.
Okay.
Thank you. And then the last one was the assumption of subdivisions. Again, I spoke with Mr. Nickel. So I started thinking about if the city assumes a subdivision, we get taxes for brand new houses that are there, and this is 2 specific neighborhoods. So I asked, what were the taxes for these 2 subdivisions? $750,000 approximately. So then it was, how much would it be for the maintenance? So we talked about that. But then my question was about asset management. Are we taking into consideration about putting money aside for asset management for the life cycle of that? So when we got down to it, it was about $425,000 for the operating costs, the roads, the sidewalks, the storm sewers, and for the asset management costs. So if we bring $750,000 in for taxes, you take off $425,000, there is money that the city has available. A couple residents wanted to know for sure that we weren't taking over capital from a developer and then having to pay for it out of other taxpayers' money. So I think that exercise showed that there is money left over and everything's good on it.
Okay, someone want to speak to that one?
Yeah, and there's videos on this, but yes, there's money left over, but there's all the other services.
Correct.
So
Fire.
pools, hockey. Yeah. So just to be clear, generally you lose money on houses as a municipality. So the large commercial properties, industrial properties subsidize everyone's house in a city. That's essentially how it works. I make, the amount of money that is on Falls View Avenue for property taxes more than subsidizes all the households. And if you took it Chippewa, for example, Chippewa as a whole community pays about $5 million in taxes in a year, and I'm going to spend $6 million just this year on one road in Chippewa. So, so just to be clear, subdivisions, low-density subdivisions, are horrific money losers for a municipality.
Okay, so I'm going to back up then. So that 750, I know Eric told me that there were other services and we talked about fire, but that 750, when we take the 425 and we add the other services, I guess the point of all of this is we're taking over capital infrastructure from a developer, and now it's going to, you're saying it's going to cost more than the 750,000?
The houses will cost more as a subdivision as a whole. So, like, at the end of the day, as a developer builds roads for the community, and we assume the road for the community because it's not just those members that are driving, those owners, because they drive on every street in Niagara Falls, so the community has to own it. I just don't want to give the impression, I don't want to give the impression that when there's excess money left over from property taxes to pay for all the services. It's all part of it, and you just have to be careful. And that's why when we come with looking at density and looking at height, that's where those are the things that subsidize residential development. Okay. So you just have to be careful on that. But yeah, no, we have to take over the assets, and we do. That's why it's very important when Eric's team assumes it, is that it's at the requirements of the city, so that we understand the longevity of those assets, and then we should be funding as part of asset management planning from day one.
Right, that's what
forward.
I was talking
Yep.
about. So it was a good exercise to go through, and I think where it came from, we always hear development should pay for development. People just wanted to ensure that the taxpayers as a whole weren't paying for the development, and I think we've sort of come to a level that, yes, there's certain money that's taken over for certain things, and then there's other money, so you're saying housing, we're sort of in the hole, but I'll just leave it at that. It was a good exercise to go through, especially with the asset management. So that was all I had. Thank you.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Nieuwesteeg. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous, thank you. Now we are on to communications and comments of the city clerk. There's a recommendation that we approve or support 11.1 through 11.6. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Just quickly, we approved Heritage Month, Jewish Heritage Month for May, Melanoma Skin Cancer Month as well for May, proclamation request for National Public Works Week, which will be May 17th through 23rd. Proclamation request Haitian Day, May 18th. Main and Ferry BIA budget, that was approved. And lastly, Clifton Hill BIA budget, that was approved. So now we're at 12, communications comments of the city clerk. Recommendation that we just received for information. Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Nieuwesteeg. We'll call the vote. All those in favor, and that's unanimous. We approved resolutions from City of Mississauga, from the Conservation Authority, Town of Fort Erie, regarding provincial proposal on governance reform, as well as one from Niagara on the Lake. And lastly, correspondence requesting action on litter and restoration of civic pride in Niagara Falls. So those were all approved. Now we go to the ratification of in-camera. I'm sorry, were received. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I stand corrected. Now we go to ratification of in-camera.
Thanks, Your Worship. Council met earlier this afternoon in camera, and just one matter that was dealt with, and that was just direction given to staff. Nothing to ratify.
Okay, thank you. Now we have 14 motions from consideration. We've got a motion from Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This was on as a notice of motion before, so everyone has seen it. It was the now therefore be it resolved that the City of Niagara Falls Council is willing to participate in a review should it proceed, that staff communicate council's position in a manner that accurately reflects the city's support for a review process and its commitment to fiscal responsibility, that the City of Niagara Falls request the province set aside funding to cover the cost outlined above in order to reduce the financial impact of any governance changes on our community. 4, that public engagement and feedback be part of the governance review. And 5, that the motion be circulated to all 12. And I just want to note that there was a newspaper article that said there was a survey that 2/3 of people said it should be put to a special vote. It should be an open council and not in camera, and it's open to public discussion. Fort Erie's resolution on tonight's agenda was talked about removing regional chair strong powers, weighted voting, fair expression, reconsidering appointment of chair, and consult local municipalities. Every single time we come to council, things change in between then and now. I think there's going to be another announcement this week. So my motion is on the table to look at a governance review. I think it's a good idea to see where we are and what we need to do, and wait to see what's going to happen with the province this week. But from meeting to meeting, it changes.
Well, I think the motion's pretty harmless. I mean, it's kind of repetitive. It's been said many times, and it doesn't seem there's any uniformity or unanimity in the region on what needs to happen, except that everyone accepts status quo is not acceptable. That's uniform. I've heard that everywhere I've gone, and people know we need change. Question is, what change do we need? Well, that's why with a governance review, they're going to hopefully come forward with some options with public engagement. So we've got a motion. Do we have a second for the motion? Councillor Baldinelli. Any discussion to the motion? Okay, then we'll call. Yes? Yes?
Since we had a announcement that happened last week, how does this motion fit in? I just want to understand.
I think it's pretty nefarious.
Are we still going to go through the process? That's what I'm trying to understand, because they made the announcement.
Well, regardless of what we do, the province is going to do what they do. So this is just kind of giving an opinion out there. They're going to do what they do. We're a product of the province, right? So I mean, I think they've already decided a path that they're on, and they've got resolutions from all councils, different mayors. They've got so many resolutions right now. I think if anything, we just show that we're confused. We don't all agree.
And I hope it shows that we want to listen to our residents and that we are open to discussion and hearing them. I think that's important as well. And to review what we're doing. Is it working? Is it not? How can we do better?
Yep, and also, they elected us to lead. That's the other part. That's why they put us here, to make good decisions on their behalf. So we're gonna balance it out, and at the end of the day, it's not up to us. Province is gonna tell us what they're doing. So we've got the motion seconded by Councillor Baldinelli. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, we've got two opposed. And now we move on to notice of motion. Do we have any other notices of motion? Yes, Councillor Nieuwesteeg?
I didn't put it in originally, but today we had in the paper that Sherman Zavitz received the Sovereign Medal for volunteers by the Governor General, but it also mentioned that he was our Niagara historian, but since he retired in 2019, we haven't had one. So I would like to put a motion that notice a motion that we direct staff to see if we can bring in, do a search for another Niagara historian with the same honorarium as what he was receiving, give or take.
So, do we need to make a motion, a notice, or Mr. Clerk, or we can just do, yes, Councillor Lococo?
If I remember correctly, I thought we advertised for another historian when he retired from us. Is that correct?
I wasn't
thought
here.
we did- I
Yeah,
thought
I
we
don't
did
know.
that, and we
In
couldn't
2019?
find one.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I can't remember the,
Okay, yeah.
anyway.
What's that?
Okay, thank you.
Well, so it was suggested, Ms. Moldenhauer is not available tonight, so it's suggested that staff can take this as direction and come back to us.
Okay, very good.
You're good with that?
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay, great. New business, do we have new business? Yes, Councillor Patel?
Mr. Mayor, well, our sidewalk clearing bylaw, it went public with our social media, and there were lots of mixed reviews, and people contacted us with some people understood, some people were very angry. So I want to know, are we going to have public meeting about the bylaw? How do we give more information to people? Because people not understanding. They think that if they don't shovel the snow, they're going to be fined. So how are we going to do it?
So first thing I will say, I've received, not a lot, a
Right.
few. And most of them were curb face sidewalks, the kind that don't have a boulevard. And I can tell you, staff already did a great job at responding to the residents. For example, Rolling Acres, which does not have a boulevard. And the people had some legitimate concerns, and we expressed to them, the goal is not to punish people. The goal is to be good neighbors. And most people already shovel each other's sidewalks. That's what most people do. But it's for those negligent people who don't, and then seniors and kids can't walk safely on the, that's what this is designed for. So I'm going to pass this over to Mr. Nickel to address, but I will say that he's done a great job at responding to individual residents who have had concerns, and they're not just painting everyone with the same brush, I can tell you that. So Mr. Nickel, maybe if you want to weigh in and give a little bit of your insight.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to say, I mean, I wish there were other ways. Again, it's not our goal here to be punitive. We want to be as lenient as possible. Really what we're looking for is to take our current voluntary compliance, which is about 60 to 80%, depending on where we scan, and to close that to nearly 100. And it's not going to happen in year one, and we know that. I did meet with the Seniors Advisory Committee, Councillor Nieuwesteeg, to explain some potential programs that we'll be rolling out. The media that we pushed out was to advertise our assistance program for low-income seniors and disability candidates, and we've mailed individual letters to everyone who was on our tax and water rebate program individually. So everyone who could be eligible through the GIS or ODSP programs will get a letter explaining that they're eligible to participate in a clearing program that the city will administer. We think that if that's successful, it'll be a pilot for this year. There's an opportunity to expand that to other people at a fee-for-service opportunity. So if we have many people participating, it can be cheaper per unit. Some people who would very happy not to spend that money, and they could shovel their own, and we're happy with that. We know there's extenuating circumstances. Corner lots especially curb face sidewalks especially. So our staff right now are redeveloping our sidewalk clearing routes. We can't be everywhere all at once. We have a fixed number of pieces of equipment. So we're re-evaluating where we need to go. Often that means, however, we can't do a new piece without taking an old piece out. So we'll have to look at some swaps, and we'll be bringing that to council this summer. It's not ideal for us to go out to the public right now with education on sidewalk shoveling because we might forget by the time winter comes next year, or next winter this year. And so we're also looking at some exemptions for areas like curb-based sidewalk. And like I said, we're going to go out, we're going to use good judgment. Our officers are going to use good judgment to try to encourage the property owners to comply. It's not our intention to be punitive. So I'd like to go through the whole upcoming winter without laying any fines, if possible. That's the last resort. Without having that, I'll call it the hammer, which is the bylaw, we don't really have any other way to try to encourage and bring other opportunities like these assistance programs forward. So we'll be working on some more of these programs throughout the next few months. The assistance program for those with income thresholds is open right now, and we'll close that at the end of June and bring on contractors to do that work. We'll also be having city crews clear the frontages of city-owned property and parks because we want to make sure that we're setting the right example. So all of that stuff is under development now, and we'll be coming back with a report to council on all of those in an action plan later this summer.
On that, yes, Councillor Lococo? Oh, okay, yep.
Just one quick item. I had a couple of people contact me about the community curbside giveaway. In previous years, they heard a lot about it. They saw signs, they saw it on Facebook, and a few people said to me they didn't hear anything about it this time around. I saw in Thorold, they have a citywide garage sale every September, and what they do is they have a special website that it has a map on it, just like our Spooky or our Sparkle Award, but within the map you can click on it and they can put pictures about what they're selling or little descriptions about what they're selling. So with the IS, maybe we can do...
We did do that.
There's a map?
Yeah, where you could...
See, I didn't even know about that.
It was in my notes to CHCH. Please correct me if I'm wrong, that people, you could go online and you could register where you had something to drive around.
Well, people aren't hearing about it.
Well, there were signs all over the city.
I saw two.
Well, yeah, I saw lots. We promoted it on social media. It was in the newspaper.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not sure where else you want us, where else could...
I saw it on social media. I put it on social media. I saw it in the newspaper, but people contacted me and said, oh, I just found out it's tomorrow. I can't do it. And, they were saying, well, why is it not promoted as much? And then I thought about the Thorold garage sale thing, and if we're already doing that, so I don't know how else to promote it.
I know, and I promoted on CHCH. I mean, I don't know how else, some people, must not be paying attention. I don't know how you could miss it. I saw the signs Mountain Road, I saw them Morrison, all city facilities, City Hall, they're all over the place. Last year, we didn't do a very good job, and I complained, said we gotta put up way more signs. And this year, I thought we did a much better job putting up signs, but you can always promote it more, and I agree, it doesn't have the same excitement as the first years we started doing it. Now it's kind of become a little bit not as an exciting thing.
Do you find, we have it twice a year, right? One in the spring, one in the fall. Is one more?
That's a good question. I don't know which one's more responsive. I'm not.
Anyway, I just wanted to bring it up in case anybody
I know,
has
I wish there was a
ideas.
better way. I wish there was a way. You know what maybe we could do? When we put out our community, the leisure guide, the Niagara Falls, maybe we put the dates in it, and then people know in advance. So maybe we got to do something like that. I want to also acknowledge Councillor Morocco, Regional Councillor Morocco, for being here today. Thank you. So maybe Shelley, I see Shelley's making a note because that's her thing. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Dabrowski.
Well, to that point, I mean, whenever you run a newspaper ad, or in the past, you'd have to run it 5 or 6 times throughout a month and hit people over the head with it because they might drive by the sign, they see it, subconsciously they're not even retaining what they're seeing. But do we actually have a spend? Do we have an ad budget as a city, this communication?
Yes, we do.
And we do.
100%
So
we do.
maybe we can throw some more money at it. Maybe enough people aren't seeing it. I don't know. I don't know how much we spend, but you can be on.
CA only likes to spend money on financial analysts, nothing else,
Yeah.
just to be
Exactly.
clear.
But
Yeah.
like CH Morning Live, if you watch CH Morning Live, that's great. If you're on Facebook, that's great. If you have Marketplace, but I'm just saying, maybe we could look at other avenues of marketing and PR.
So-
I mean, I think we're doing it.
Facebook Live. It was Facebook Live. That's where, but that's Facebook Live is where you sell everything. That's where everyone sells everything.
And then
More than Kijiji.
And to the leisure guide, maybe if we do that, I think twice a year or once a year, we do an update.
What's that?
The guide, we do the.
Yeah, the guide.
But is that annual?
Twice a year. It'll be out in August. It'll be out in August.
And then my last question is, do we do a quarterly newsletter to email subscribers from the city that updates?
No,
on-
but you know what we can do too? How about in the water bill? We get 25,000 water bills go out. I don't know, Ms. Darlington, if you can maybe make a note of that, we can share it, because we can do a better job at promoting events. And I don't know if it's your job or whose, but through comms, we definitely, so the takeaway is, we can do a better job at promoting things like that, community events. So maybe every water bill, it doesn't cost us anything extra. The bill's going out, right? It's a piece of paper. That's what it is, right? It's not a financial analyst, but it's for the community, and that's what we're here for. I think I speak on behalf of all staff as I say that comment.
A good point, keeping it regular, like keep the schedule so it's the last Friday.
Keeping what
that
regular,
month.
what are we talking about now? Are we talking about?
It's
The-
like
the
la-
date.
Last weekend of
The
the
last,
month or the
yeah.
second weekend of
Instead of
April.
changing the date every year.
So, and it's always the Saturday. So maybe it's the last Saturday of, in this case, last Saturday of March, and then the last Saturday of October, or whatever the case. So it's a good idea to be consistent. So, you know what, let's bring that back. Let's have staff come back to us. Can we just do direction of staff on community events, consistency and marketing? Can we do that as a direction of staff? Thank you. Is there any other new business? More work. We are here for the city, and that's why we're here. Bylaws, Counselor. Counselor Baldinelli. You gotta jump up, buddy. You gotta jump up.
I just put my hand up like everybody.
Yeah, too low though, too low.
I know you scan quickly here.
I did scan, yeah, but you blended in.
I understand about the weather, and I've talked to Eric, and it's been a bad winter, bad spring, cold, lots of rain, freezing, and we have many potholes around the city. And I don't believe that the reporting system is always got to be the way we do it. I think we need somebody to just drive around and look for it. And I'm not sure if they do it, and if they do it, they're missing a lot of potholes. The reason I'm saying is because when you drive around, it's, you see the pothole, you see it over there, but you're not going to stop and take a picture of it. Most people don't. You see it, and then you see it again, and then you see it again. Hopefully somebody who lives by there took the picture. And it's the same thing with streetlights, You drive by the streetlight, it's always out, it's always out, it's always out. It's been 2 years, it's always out. And supposedly somebody goes around and looks for lights that are out. So I'm just wondering if we can be better at having maybe some, I know and it costs money to have something, maybe we do or not, I'm not sure. A vehicle that goes around and automatically picks it up on the front of a bus or on any vehicle that's frequently on the roads. And so that we can get these things done quicker and doing it well, so it doesn't happen reoccurring over years. I don't know if there's training. I've talked to Eric before that. I think it's very important because Eric's a road guy, and we have the program, Smoother Roads, but yet I don't know, it depends on what part of the city area. I guess from 1972, when the roads were done then, I know there's a lot of areas that are, and they're pretty bad, really bad. And I know that in the areas there are combined sewers, and you're waiting since, 5 years ago they were supposed to be done, and they're probably not going to get done for another 10 years, and you're going to wait for that road to fall apart. I'm not sure.
So if I hear you correctly, you're asking for something to kind of be a second set of eyes around the city to catch things before people have to report them, whether it's lights out, whether it's potholes, garbage, whatever the case is going on around the city.
I think the people of the city have to be more educated on that you can report it, how you can report it. I think we have to raise the 5 megabyte picture. I mean, everybody has high definition cameras. You can't even get the picture in. Mine didn't anyways, and I was going to start adjusting my camera on what size picture to take to send in. But there are a lot of holes, and people don't really understand that you can call, and they're very effective when you make the call. And when you make the call, the priority is given to that pothole. But the one 30 feet down isn't, and it won't get done. Eric and I have different opinions on it, but I mean, they do pass by 3 or 4 of them to get to the one, and then because that's on their work order. and then they continue on. And then we have to put another one in. And then that one gets done, and the other one isn't, you know? So it's almost like you have to do street sweeps. You have to sweep the streets, take a look around and do it all and get them done, because the roads are pretty bad. And I understand it's weather related, and I understand we only have so much manpower, and I understand that our hot bins or whatever they are where you get the tar is not available at certain times. Maybe we have to have our own. I'm not sure how, you know, what the process is, what it costs to get it, but we have to be on top of it. And the street sweeping as well, I looked at the schedule. You know, there's certain areas with certain types of trees, discussed this before, smaller leaves. Those areas are flooded, and other areas aren't flooded. The areas that aren't flooded had larger trees or maples that broke down easy, but the ones that are little and thin, and they plug up, and I've had to do it in front of my street 3 times for 3 different storms, and it's still the way it was in the fall. And it's not going to be done till, well, the schedule is next month and the month after that. And it needs to be done early, because I understand that all that stuff gets washed down and goes to the pollution plant or wastewater treatment plant, which affects them as well. But for me to have to go out every time it rains to rake it, I mean, I'm the only one on the street that's
Are you talking about the catch basin?
Yeah,
The catch basin?
So some of those places we have opportunity when the snow melts to get out there and clean it up quickly, especially those areas. I mean, I go around the city, there's a lot of areas that are free and clear and beautiful, but there's areas that have small, like the golden locust or lotus or whatever the tree is, and it's horrible. It's still the same way it was.
That's not happening now. The
Oh, yes,
leaves
it
aren't
is.
on the trees.
No, they're still in the street from the fall.
Oh.
You know, and they plug up the sewers, because I have the grates there and everything. But I mean, it's not just my area, it's wherever those trees are. So those areas have to be, you know, maintained before and after, or before, so it doesn't happen after. So there's just a couple things that we have to do, because there's been a lot of floods, and if you drive around after a rainstorm, you see the flooded and plugged sewers in those areas all the time. So we have to look at those and the potholes. I just want to see if we could be
So
more
let's deal with
effective.
one thing at a time here. I'm going to ask
Both of them.
Mr. Nickel
Yeah.
specifically, well, potholes and leaves. What's the plan, and what do we do, and what's the plan, and how can we make it better?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a lot of thoughts on this, actually. Well, one, there was a transition time in our pothole plan where we were hoping to avoid putting down the temporary patch, which is the cold patch, with the hot plants opening. And then we had snow on Monday, so they're not fully open yet. But in some cases, there are, you know, we're at the point now where we can get hot asphalt. Our responsibility is to meet our minimum maintenance standards. That's our regulatory responsibility. If we don't meet that, we have liability concerns for, you know, people who have damages to their vehicles. There are increased timelines for roads that are higher priority. So, you know, a MTO highway has to be done within 24 hours or something like that, whereas something that is maybe more rural and gets less traffic volume and speed has a longer time frame for us to get out there. So that's our priority. That's our first measurement of priority. So even though it may look like we're skipping a pothole, often that's because we need to make sure that we're meeting our regulatory requirements and not exposed to risk, and our insurer will keep us accountable. So we're in this transition where we can move to hot mix. Two, we've added some additional resources for winter. I think we're going to have to look at continuing to bring in our seasonals a bit earlier in the year. Winter, and when it ends and spring starts, kind of changes. We had a few early seasons, and we were a bit underprepared because we also have to do other things like pick up garbage at our trailheads and things like that, remove snow fence. So we're making some adjustments that way. But I think the biggest thing that we can do is leverage technology. And we've been trialing I'll call it a dash cam device that will have AI detection of potholes. And it also detects things like illegal dumping, overflow garbages. It's in development. We didn't have great success with our first cam. In fact, we've canceled the contract with our first cam because it was picking up potholes that weren't potholes, and it was missing potholes. So we were actually spending more time than the traditional method. That's only as effective as our one guy driving the route, and we have to drive our routes based on that same frequency of traffic volume and speed. So some rural roads we may only get out to every 20 days. The second thing that we're going to do with respect to leveraging technology is empower our own staff to report these items. We're putting QR codes in all of our trucks for our staff, and we're loading them up on their phones, their home or their work phones or their personal phones, to take a quick snapshot while they're in the passenger seat, throw it into a QR code, and that goes automatically into our system, so that the laborer, the forestry department can find things that the construction department needs to identify. It's just a better way for us to be out there and taking a bit more pride in our workmanship as a city municipal works department. So that's being rolled out now. Councillor, I think we're also looking at ways to recycle our asphalt material and potentially have hot asphalt patches to go out all winter. That's a preferred patch. So there's a few things that we're trying to do to adapt and to try to stay ahead of this. The most important thing we can do is invest in our capital programs for road resurfacing. Good roads and investing in pavement preservation will prevent potholes from ever forming, and we'll be in much better shape. And council's made significant strides in that with the 25 plus kilometers that are being done this year. So I've answered a lot of those parts of it, but I may have forgotten some of the rest of it. I think that the technology piece would also be helpful to identify blocked catch basins, blocked drains, things like that. It's really something similar to what we're doing with building, a screening process. Get us into the gate faster so that we can get to those things attended to quicker. And if we can have a few of them on a few different vehicles, or even partner with potentially with the waste collection folks and put them on their vehicles, we'll get that data a lot quicker and can inform our programs a lot quicker.
More question on that follow-up? The pothole thing has been getting really bad, but anyways, when you're driving around, I noticed that, you have, when they lay the asphalt down, you have this, and then you have that seam. I did a little research on it, and Norway is #1, and they have that strip they put in there. Is there any way that we can get, and I'm sure you will because you're a roads guy, something, because all the potholes originate, well, 90% of them, from that seam. In the future, going forward, so that the smoother road program that we have, and we're investing a lot of money, is it possible to get somebody or a contractor to do something like that, to reduce that breakage?
Yeah, Councillor. Best practice is to seal that joint with a Denso seal. It's a rubber mastic. I'm not going to do that on a road that's going to be resurfaced 3 years later, because that's a throwaway, but that will need to be part of our best practices when we're doing proper patching, for sure.
And did I hear you say about, could we have almost a mini asphalt plant in the city if we recycled our old asphalt, so that instead of using cold patch, we could use hot patch?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we have a large pile at our yard on Stanley Avenue right now, and we use it to spread in some parking lots. It keeps the dust down. It's actually a great product. They do make mobile recyclers. They use a lot of natural gas or propane to operate, but we can batch 1 or 2 tons. Our hopper holds 1 ton, so we can batch 1 ton an hour and take that out in the winter. It does take our crews away from plowing if they need to plow, but we do have days, especially in mild winters when we're not plowing. So that is the plan, to explore that, and we're going to run some cost-benefit analysis to see if that's a worthwhile investment.
Great. Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Baldinelli talked about the little leaves on the golden locust. I've had a lot of residents that have complained about it going into the sewer grates and flooding. Do we look specifically at the neighborhoods where those are planted? Because we have a tree inventory list of our trees. Do we look at them and be proactive to clean out those catch basins?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Going back to my consulting days, the honey locusts were preferable because the leaves can fit into the grates and they don't plug the storm sewer. So they are often designed by landscape architects to be a preferable street tree. They're drought and disease tolerant, but they don't always work. And some of our catch basin grates aren't the new style that have larger apertures to allow the water in. So we've increased our catch basin cleaning by a factor of 3 times. That's underway, that's this year's budget. So we'll be better than ever with that this year. But, quite frankly, we haven't actually done any correlation of that type of tree versus maintenance or cleaning. And I would be reluctant to remove it just for that reason, because a worthwhile and healthy tree to have in the urban canopy.
Oh, I'm not saying remove trees. No, I'm saying go and clean out the basements, the basins in those areas, neighborhoods that have that tree planted. Don't remove them, just remove the,
I understand.
the leaves.
What we're doing is doing a fall street sweeping in our combined sewer areas as well to make sure that we collect some of that stuff so it doesn't enter the system.
Yeah, there's specific neighborhoods within the community that have those planted, and they're a mess when it goes down into the basin.
If there's no further new business, we'll look to the bylaws. Go ahead.
Wow.
Councillor Pietrangelo giving the bylaws a first, second, and third reading, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, motion for adjournment, Councillor Baldinelli, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. All those in favor? And we're adjourned. Thank you, everybody.